Congratulations future on VR on being the first. You're the best, or at least, the fastest. Nice try Realm of Russ, but future on VR beat you to it. Congratulations on second place.
Why are you just hanging around here? Hey? You should go back over there. Go over there. Go on. Over there? Goodbye. Okay, testing. Oh, that's better. Okay, well, it's a bit of a rough start. Noob streamer, haven't done this in a while. I made the mistake of firing up my headset under the assumption that it would have all my control panels all remembered from last time, except that my headset must have rebooted and forgotten everything. So thanks, Meta. Just give me a sec, and I will fiddle around a little bit more here. Okay, there we go. At least we can see what we're doing. Right, I was going to have a little bit more to get going. Well, it's done a stupid meta update and therefore forgotten all my settings again. And it's like, I wish you could just remember what you had there last time. So yeah, how are we all going? Where are my bookmarks, Meta? You've lost them all. Wow, okay. I really should have checked this before going live.
Azure Ren just resubscribed to the channel.
Oh, thank you very much for the
continued
resubscribe.
support, Azure Ren.
One day I'll figure this stuff out, right? Bookmarks. So is it in the bookmarks? Oh, this is looking hopeful. Twitch stream management. That sounds good. That's one. And then I'll go new tab. And I also need my control panel. There we go. Now it's going to let me put that in another window. Yes. And now I can close this window. Yes. And then I move that over there. And then I move that there. And I think we're good to go now. Okay, at least it remembered my session. How are we all going? Prime time. We've got a menu screen so far. You can see the beautiful Satisfactory 1.2 loading screen. I'm assuming you can hear me okay. That would be a real mess up if you can't. But let's go. This is the glorious Satisfactory 1.2 new menu screen, where they show off a bunch of rain effects and lighting effects and all that kind of stuff. But now, for the moment of truth, let's inject VR and see if it explodes or not. My preview for YouTube is broken. Great. I'm assuming my YouTube stream is going, here we are! Hey, we're in VR! And for some reason, the cup in the menu is blurry. That is really not a high priority thing to fix. 1.2 mod is here. 1.2 mod, Croy, is in alpha testing. This is its first public appearance, although a few eager beavers have installed a very ad hoc method of installing it. But one of the purposes tonight, or the main purpose tonight, is to give the mod a bit of a run through its paces in a real building scenario. So the stream tonight, we're going to be doing a few small projects, nothing massive, and I will tell you more about all once we are in. We at least hear you, so you're doing better than most. Thanks, Russ. Remember the Competent VR Streamer Club. I like to think stabilization probably isn't on yet until I get into the game, although I have a button on my toolbar. Where's that stabilization button? I'll be able to manually turn it on if I look behind you. Actually, if you look behind you, see behind you in the menu, there is a massive llama behind you. Yeah, bit of an Easter egg there. Calm handling of stress inducing tech usage is impressive. That's why I have a please stand by screen. Always have a please stand by screen. Now, just going to the options here, because I wanted to... I had the weather set to extreme because I was doing some tests. I'm just going to set that back to default weather for now. And let's load in. Oh, hang on, can't apply those changes. Right, load our save. And last time we were particularly enriched. We had just unlocked all we need to do a full nuclear build. There's a bunch of mods that are not updated yet, so we will not have train interiors today. Llama llama. Yes, I'm sure they put the llama there just for VR users, Croy. Okay, and here we are. Hurrah! Now, a few caveats, and one of the reasons that I haven't put this mod into wider circulation yet is currently you need a custom UEVR build to get it to work. So here we go, 1.20 Alpha 0, miscellaneous fixes of Satisfactory 1.2, quite a few fixes. Requires a custom UEVR. This is the problem. How do I get your average noob to not only download the main UEVR, but then to install a manual patch on top of it? This is going to be the challenge. So this I can't check the dependencies. There's no way of me knowing if you have the right UEVR or not. I can check the profile, but not UEVR. So, big button. I installed the custom UEVR version. Let's go. How many people are going to completely ignore this text if I release this? There is a challenge. So, yes, I installed it because I compiled it. No one reads. That's the problem, Russ. And then they'll post on the Discord and say, why is my Satisfactory doing this stupid thing? It's not working. What a pile of junk. It's like, well, did you read the instructions? Basically, there is a fix, hence I'm using the fix. A pull request has been submitted to Praydog, and he has not approved it yet. Joey Hodge has kindly tested and approved it, and he's also released an update release. And I've done my own compiled version. But the main UEVR does not have the fix in it yet, unfortunately. And yeah, Praydog is not the most communicative or open to being contacted, so or plead with, because fair enough, like the guy is a bit of a rock star as far as making UE games available in VR, so I would understand why he would not want direct messages or anything like that. Needs to not be white text. I think there was a reason for that, and it's possible, but you're right, possibly it's a better color scheme would make the text more readable. And maybe I need a second box after that where they have to type in yes I hear and obey that I have upgraded UEVR. So it's in, it works. I made a bunch of fixes. There's no really new features because I'm still fixing stuff, and we are back in my Massage 2 ABB virtual massage playthrough. The white blends in the orange. Yes, it does. Even in VR it does. Thank you, Future. So if I don't find anything completely breaking today, I will release an update on Discord. It will probably still be a manual install, although I could put it in the mod manager and just put big disclaimers everywhere, use at own risk. But yeah, so the plan for tonight. Now, previously we had unlocked nuclear power, so let me go show you where we are stats-wise. We have completely unlocked the entirety of Tier 7 and Tier 8, which means we are already making aluminium. We now have the hover pack. Yes! We have Mark 5 conveyor belts. We have the hazmat suit. We have not automated iodine-infused filters, though. And we can now make all these lovely bits and pieces. We are already making supercomputers. We're not making most of the other things, though, but we do have blenders. Tier 8. We can make drones and drone ports if we want. Nuclear power. This is our next big project. Advanced aluminium. Again, we haven't used any of this or automated any of this, but we do have resource wells available. Minor Mark 3s. Yes, now available. Turbo motors. Have not automated them yet. But we also have particle enrichment, which is the next level of nuclear, because if you make a nuclear station with this tech, you end up with uranium waste. You need this to turn that waste into stuff that can be cleanly disposed of. So I have a massive nuclear plan. The swamp is going to be nuclear central, but that is not the plan tonight. Tonight is testing night, so we're going to do a few smaller projects. And the first project we're going to do is upgrade our ancient little concrete plant. Mickey Ruger, hey, good evening, how's it going? Second box would help. At the moment it's at the bottom and looks like a banner advert. You have to click on it, Croy. If you just close the window without clicking on it, it will bug you next time and it will keep bugging you until you actually click on it. So it is a button. Yes, I am sure people would ignore it. So, we're going to keep an eye out for any bugs. Let's check our doggos. Can we interact with doggos? Snowy's got wire. Scratch has plastic. We're also testing to make sure our frame rate is reasonable. From my experience, the frame rate is not particularly better. Oh, slug, thanks, Skippy. But it does appear to be smoother. But that is anecdotal. Really, 2 rebars, Lassie? I suppose that's better than the 1 rifle ammo that sometimes I get. Are we missing one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, they're all here. Which one of you guys or girls has not given me stuff? Raise an ear or a tongue. That was scratched twice. George! And can I get to this guy at the back? Snowy and... Aha! Sue's got a nuke! Go Sue! Do doggos get fleas? I hope not. Yes, good old Scratch. I think Scratch was the first, wasn't he? And he's still with us. Okay, let's send that slug off to be crushed into shards. The rest I can probably delete because actually let's check our rare supplies here. I might actually take those turbo motors with me because we might be making some Mark III miners. We have actually automated high-speed circuit boards now, so we don't actually need to keep those. Okay, so dragging with the mouse works. Using the A button to quickly transfer things works. Does a long press work? Long press is not working. I thought I fixed that. Long press is supposed to... Actually, that's a long press of the A button. Is supposed to transfer everything. Why is that not working? Not a showstopper, but a bit annoying because long press is useful. Okay, hey Bean. Scotland, the midgies chase out the mosquitoes. Don't know if midgies are much better. I guess they're less stingy. Okay. Let's go. So currently it is beautiful weather here currently. I've got the weather pattern set to default. I don't actually know what the effect of this is. I assume it means occasional rain and storms. So this is our current concrete production, and it was set up pretty much, I mean, phase 1, I'll show you the map. Let's test the map. So phase 1, that's interesting. Phase 1 was here. Ah, that's a radar tower, that's why that's showing up. Phase 1 was just here, and that was pretty much the first session. And at the end of phase 1, we moved over here and set up our new home here near the Doggo Water Park. And pretty much the first factory we built was this temporary concrete factory. We've upgraded a little bit. It was a Mark 1, now it's Mark 2. Concrete goes in here. We have one depot loading in here into concrete. But we are generating 15, and these aren't running at 100%. 30, like potentially 45 per minute. But we're going to tear this down and we're going to create a proper factory with like walls and blackjacks and hookers and all that stuff. And we're going to make it look decent, and we're going to use wet concrete to, instead of making 45 per minute, we're going to make 240 a minute. Now, I'd like to also make 4 or at least 3 more of these depots, because these depots load very slowly. 30 per minute. So really 240 per minute is overkill even with 4 of these. Have to think about that. And if you're spamming blueprints, like if I go build menu, testing menus, if I go probably architecture uses more concrete. Bunker corner, that's 46. Where's something that uses a lot of concrete? 74. I use 156, but you don't really spam it. Okay, so this blueprint here uses 764 concrete, right? And I can't see it. So this blueprint here uses 764 concrete. Now, while the depot does have 2,000 concrete in it, it doesn't take many building of these for it to run out of concrete. So usually I will come to the concrete spot here and we'll stock up on concrete before doing a large build. But ideally, you want to load the depot faster so your depot doesn't load out. And the only way to make it faster, apart from really slow upgrades, is to build extra loading points. So we're making wet concrete, which means we need wet stuff. And over here, we have water. So the idea is to build a little factory here. And we'll put some water extractors here and just nestle it in between these 2 points in here. Right where that mushroom is. I think I'm going to blow up the mushroom. Or should I try and keep it? Interesting. Kind of challenging because if I blow it up, it's gone forever. Okay, ammo selection works. Time to do some pruning. I could technically leave it there. I think this has got to go though. Okay, and this is an iron mine that was just temporary, so we can delete this. Okay, basic deleting works, that's useful. Oops, grab some nuts. What's one new pebble? Now it is fully charged. Yay! I have experienced the rain in Dodoma. Yes, Croy. It technically works. Hang on, what was Russ saying? Found out about those leeches we have that live in grasses the other day, and I'm seriously considering if I'm far enough away from them. Right. Yeah, so the rain is actually much more visible in VR than normal. Apparently you can throw up. Apparently you can blow up those now. Yes! That is going to be so much handier than like picking away at them with a tiny thing for a while. Okay, so yes, the raindrops are actually pretty huge in VR and very noticeable. And also, if you move your head, the falling rain moves with you. So it's not the most immersive. It is still pretty cool though. Now this rock overhang's a bit of a pain. I do want this new factory to be kind of lined up in the center here. So this would probably be the center point of the factory. And we will want water extractors kind of either side. I think 2 extractors is correct. Actually, we don't need that because that's lined up with that. I think. Is that the center? Okay, so the rail is lined up with this one. and then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, this one's kind of not lined up, but it's kind of there. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. So it is kind of between these two as being which is the center point and which isn't. Runs through Green Hill VR Rain. It was Giants in Black. Is there anything you can do to make it at least static, or is that in Coffee Sands? It's, as far as I know, it's shaders, and I don't know how to break or change shaders. It's not something I know how to do. There are other shaders I would spend time fixing first before I bothered with the rain. One of the problems, one of the known issues is rain makes concrete wet. And so there's a shader that makes the concrete look wet and reflections come off it, but that only works in one eye. So as you know, one eye shaders can be very annoying, but it's oddly reasonable, or at least I don't find it as noticeable as some shader effects because it's translucent anyway. And so your brain, you know, you see it wet in one eye and not in the other eye, and it actually looks okay, but there's some other side effects I think that are related that really don't work very well. I think this is probably going to be the center point of our factory, and I do think I'm going to blow up that mushroom. Okay, vertical zoop. Probably do it from a level lower than that. I mean, we could leave the mushroom there. Oops. We're going to start with the water extractors, which means, I think, if we start with a wall, I kind of have an idea of how to build this. Trying a different style for water extractors this time. I'm trying to remember how I did this, because this is how you do a 2.5 degree turn around the side. Okay, so what we've done here is basically the angle between each of these spokes here is 5 degrees, and I've found a specific point out from the radius, which is right here, where if you go into freeform mode and you do a line from there to there, it is slightly over 5 meters. So what that means is if you grab a slab and snap it to that point, and you nudge it 1, 2.5 meters across, that is now centered, and then you nudge it all the way there, and you then have a foundation that's effectively at 2.5 degrees to the parts either side, and it's centered so closely that no one would probably notice. Just check 506. 2.5. Now, if you put a machine on this 2.5, it won't actually line up with any holes or concrete or anything like that because of the half-meter angle difference. So machines only like to snap to something that is in a whole degree increment to the Unreal Engine game system. There is a way around it, but I'm not too fussed. I'm not going to build on that 2.5 degree. But that's probably all we need for now. Why am I using a jetpack like a sucker when I have a hover pack? Probably because there's no power here. There's a bit of power. Thanks to that random pole that's there. Math, yes, math indeed. Math and a fair bit of testing. So, how big is a water extractor? Usually pretty chunky, actually. So if I line that up with that angle, I think I'll want to go around further. Or do I align this with the 2.5? Interesting. We'll experiment. Now, one thing that broke in 1.2 is there used to be an awesome trick where you could get a wall and you could nudge it anywhere you wanted, and then you could get a water extractor, and if you hold down control and aim at the wall, the water extractor would snap with the entrance to it. What's that snapping to? Is that snapping to the wall? It used to just work. And as you can see, it's not exactly as easy as it used to be. But what it does snap to, or snaps more easily to, is building parts like the pipeline junction. I'm going to try this at a weird angle and see if it snaps to that. So, kind of do one to the 2.5. How brave are we? I mean, it's just a water extractor. Let's see if this works. So now you aim nearby and hold snap. Ooh, what's that snapping to? Ah, that's snapping to the concrete. Okay, maybe it needs to be facing this way up. I've only experimented with this a little bit, but being able to just plonk a wall anywhere used to be really convenient for positioning. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. There, that is snapping to the side of this, and I can then put that there, and it is now snapped in an exact position. It's not attached, even though it looks attached, it's not attached, is the trick. But it is something, at least as an anchor, to get it in the right position. Anyone remember how many I nudged it out? Was it 1, 2, 3, 4? The height doesn't really matter as long as it's more about your cursor's adjacency to where the cross piece is. Those back lines look like they're lined up, so I think I got the distance right. Speaking of using that, I've got to go back to work. No problems. Thanks for the 1.2 VR mod work. No problems. Don't bag water extractors, they float. Yeah, but they're just a pain in the butt to position. Like, they are harder than they need to be to position. And there was a really good way of positioning them exactly in 1.1, and now it's gone. So I was showing people just a few weeks ago the awesome positioning of water extractors. And they were like, wow, you can do that? And then 1.2 came out and it broke. Now, do I want to bring them further this way, or I reckon that's enough? I think I will want more of an edge on it. Just be out to there. So again, this point here, this exact point, so it's like 1 meter into that particular slab. If you go across there, it is ever so slightly over 5 meters out. And then you can snap this to here and nudge it 1, 2.5, and then push it up that way. And you will get a 2.5 degree that is nice and centered in the middle here. And then you can extrude that out and drop it down. And that would come forward like this. Oops. Then we can vertically drop these. Although, am I going to do walls here? How am I going to make this look? I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead yet. A very vague idea of how I wanted this to look, and that was like, I want water extractors, but I want them to kind of be in little concrete divots, channels. Because normally I'll just have them sticking out like this and have them go up to an angle. So if we look at the ones I did over here, which was many, many months ago, they're still along the circle and they're still perfectly aligned, but they're just kind of in the water with walkways up. Whereas here I wanted to put a bit more of a structure around them. Actually, I'm going to try and fix my YouTube preview. Give me 1 second. Unless the YouTube stream is broken. No, it's been broken this whole term. Oh, maybe it has. Does anyone know if the YouTube stream's working? The light's on OBS, but that's not always a good indicator. Is there any of you listening? I think she's busy playing Minecraft. Is working fine on YouTube? Okay, so it's just my preview that's stuffed. Thank you for checking. Okay. Could make these lower so they're still kind of sticking out. Obviously I need to actually connect these tubes somewhere. So best is to actually have like walls on the inside here. Do we want steel or do we want a different sort of wall? Basic walls, don't like basic walls. Could just have concrete. I think if I use these though, it's going to look like too much. Too much tin shed look, maybe. Well, if I stick some columns in there, it'll all be good. Let's stick a hole. And remember, this was used to snap the water extractor to the right place, but this junction actually does nothing. The junction, it does nothing. So it is solely something to get them lined up to there. Could actually move this wall further a little bit, perhaps. Now this is not a very complicated factory. As I said, we're making wet concrete. It's going to be like a tiny amount of total buildings. It is just, but the throughput is going to be massive compared to what the old factory was. The old factory is just using 3 constructors and like an old Mark II miner, and it's producing 45 concrete per minute, if that. And this new one will produce 240, which is going to be at least tons for loading the depot, probably overkill for loading the depot, but beyond that, don't know. Now this is lined up here. Somehow I got my concrete out of alignment. Not that it really matters. At least there's symmetry. Okay. So this is the main path here through to the factory. So we could actually just stick a hole right here. Bring that forward. Maybe not. It's got all horizontal vertical. Actually, let's test. Can I change? No, that's pipes. Can I change modes this way? Straight mode. Horizontal vertical mode. Yes, okay, so mode selection still works. Let's chuck a pump. I don't have pumps here, but if I go this, I should be able to use the object select and go pump Mark 2. Mark 2 is probably overkill, but it'll certainly do the job. Okay. Power. How are we connecting power here? Probably down the side here would be neatest. We'll do another double over this side. So far everything is feeling pretty good. Muscle memory for how to build stuff is kind of working. I'm not hitting any friction points or anything yet. And now that was behind the concrete on this level. And this was behind here. Oh, it's behind there. Oh, that'll be a pain. Oh, I see what I did differently. Some of them had 2 meters out, whereas the other ones had a 4 meter directly attached. Okay. Oh, that's a double, which doesn't want to attack the concrete, so if I do this... Copy that over here. Let's just go from there to there. So we have water online. Could definitely do with some extra pizzazz, but as far as a structural layout goes, That's pretty good for starters. And we are making water. Okay, so the water comes up, runs along here. Oops, that didn't attach. That will be acceptable clipping because it's going to be hidden. Or I could do like pipes either side and concrete fill it in. Actually, let's just concrete fill it in. There'll be no questions. It's like, yes, we went over this with concrete and it's totally intentional. There, no clipping. So over here, we'll have our massive factory floor. We don't actually have any power here yet, so maybe we bring up power from below. Probably 4 on that point, but this will be disconnected longer term. Perhaps, oh, we'll deal with power later. Actually, kind of need power. Importantly, forms should be filled out concretely. Indeed, okay. Run power to there. And if you really want that wall to look like it belongs to the concrete, we can just whack a hole on there like this. Don't even need to leave the wall there. The wall is there just to snap the hole in place, and then you can delete the wall. Neat. Not that anyone will ever see this. It should all be under concrete. Okay. Next, the massive factory.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
I mean, we could expand this later on. We've got iron here. There's I think there's copper around the corner. Is that? Oops. There are other resources in this area that we could make a larger factory, but at the moment it's just going to be a concrete factory that it's a bit more developed than that monstrosity over there. Not hard. Okay. Right, we're going to take a couple of minutes break and have a bit of a drink and a hydrate, and then we will return with testing Satisfactory 1.2 in VR. Back soon.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, and we are back. Now, one of the things they added in 1.2 is the pause menu now can actually pause the game, and this is on by default. Now, this is actually one of the main causes of bugs that I've had to fix, because certain things like the save game keyboard were not working, or pause was on. So I basically had to upgrade. This is one of the widgets I had to fix so that it would work when in pause mode. So as far as I know, it's all working. I've tested it a bit. Oh, now I can't resume the game. That could be a bug. Uh-oh. Did I break it already? Interesting. Have to keep an eye on that and test it some more. Okay, we are in the Blue Crater, and we are upgrading one of our most ancient factories. We are making more concrete than we had before. So new factory is not very big, but it's going to be producing a lot more concrete than the old factory. Yeah, this is why the mod is not yet in wider availability, because I am trying to get things working reliably, or at least a bit more reliably, and then get most of the ones fixed. But it is in a reasonable alpha state, so unless there's having the pause menu be a little flaky is not necessarily a showstopper for an alpha build, but it is kind of a showstopper for a main release. So I would rather have that resolved. Okay. So we have water coming in here. We're going to have limestone that is going to be coming from up there, and it is going to be fed into 3 refineries. A whole 3 buildings. Refineries. I am not a fan of refineries. They're big and ugly and smelly and take way too much power, and their throughput is terrible as a general rule. But this is one of the more efficient recipes. This is the wet concrete recipe, which makes concrete by adding water to limestone, hence the name. Burb, you're in the way there, I think. Yep, you're in the way. You're going to move? Go on, shoot, or I'll blow you up. One on the other side while we're waiting. Yeah, one of the other things in 1.2 they stuffed up is snap doesn't work as well as it used to. You used to be able to copy a building and then point at it and hold down snap, and it would say, yeah, have a building next to it. Now you have to actually point at the floor next to it, which is not as good. You know, I could just build them this way. We've got tons of room. Although there are more burbs this side as well. Nice. I want that a level lower. Maybe I do. That would be annoying. I mean, we can raise those up by 1 meter. Although that is the better height to have things connected underneath. That looks cooler. Cool versus practical. I mean, the conveyors probably will fit under there okay. Oops. Yeah, they'll be a bit squishy, but they'll fit fine. But the pipes is what's going to be a bit squeezy. Put pipes under there like that, it's going to be clipping. Although we could actually just have a divot just in that point, so have the rest of it up a meter. So have it like this. But then have this specific line here down a meter. Maybe we leave it open like that. And then we put a half in here, so like this. There's a bit more of a feature to it. Kira 2 need a burb culling. Yes. Yeah, they do get in the way sometimes. I can always prune them with my pruning explosive tool if need be. I've been meaning to play more with like embedding factory components inside concrete and inside other objects, rather than just having them always just sit on top and be just sitting there. So having the refineries sort of underneath the floor a little bit is a bit more interesting. Just bringing that along, dropping it down a couple of meters there. I might need a half-meter run along here to fill in the gap. Although it's not too bad as is. But it does let you look down a bit. You have a half. Let's grab a half. How's a half look? No, half's not too bad. I mean, it does chop off that, so we could just do a half down at that level. That is going to conflict a little with the pipes and stuff underneath, but I think it's okay. Uti Can OSIK. Hi, how am I today? I'm pretty good, thank you. I am back playing Satisfactory in VR for the first time in 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Maybe 3 weeks, ever since 1.2 came out. I mean, I've potted around to just do mod testing and stuff like that, but this is the first real play session that I've had since 1.2 broke everything. Okay, so in the back here we bring fluids and there's 2 things coming in here. Wet concrete. We need 300 water total, and that's a lot of limestone. I think I was going to upgrade to a Mark III miner and then overclock it. And then I think it's enough. Oh, I should check that, shouldn't I? Okay, so If the water is coming in from below, maybe I need to sink this down a little. It doesn't need to be that low, it can probably be that low. So the concrete, we use a number of splitters. How much concrete was it? Sorry, how much limestone? 122 or 360. 360, we do have Mark 4 belts, so that is not a problem. So this, I can even use Mark 5 now. So I can just Mark 5 along here. And because these are 120 each, if I actually use a Mark 2 belt, we won't even have a manifold load time. And for the pipes, make sure that's lined up. Oops, nope. Okay, if we go the other way around, it should nicely fit in like that. Now I just realised, was this 300 water we needed exactly? Oh, where the flip did that go? It was 300 a minute water, so a 300 capacity pipe would be enough. I'm tempted to make it a Mark II. Now if we go straight mode, that's probably not going to reach. Nope. Probably should delete these two bits of pipe and rebuild them to exactly connect to the pump. There we go. Now, if that needs to be 300, this needs to be 150 each. Now these are 120 by default. We've got plenty of shards though, so if I do this, this is a test. Does this keyboard work in VR? Now, why did it vanish? 150. That did not work. There's been a long time problem, even in 1.0 though, of this number not going in properly. Okay, so let's try this one. 150 divided by 120 as a percent. 150 per minute. Copy settings. Thing is, I thought I fixed that in 1.1. So why is it broken in 1.2? And why is that not pumping? Oh, because the pipe's full. Duh. Satisfactory VR, Ellie Kitsune. How is it? My computer lacks with just regular Satisfactory, so not sure it would handle VR. Lags. Okay, it is fantastic in VR. This is such a gorgeous world that Coffee Stain have created. A bit of a scary world at times. And exploring it in VR is amazing. But yes, it does require a pretty powerful computer to get decent performance. Okay. So we now have the water coming up. It should be 300 a minute. It should be going into our refiners here, but our refiners here do not have any power yet. Okay, if I can put it there, but underneath, there's probably pretty good. Yeah, I think to get it closer, I would need to, it would be clipping with the refiner itself, so that's not so useful. And you cannot half nudge these, or at least you couldn't used to. Can we half nudge them now? Oh, I can nudge it into it, okay. So in that case, can I put it there? Is that really a half nudge? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, no, that's too far in. It is not half nudging. No, it's not. Okay. Connect these three together. I don't know if we picked the recipe on this one yet. No, we haven't. There we go. And connect those three to the main power. What is the mod programmed in? So it's a base. There's two parts to the mod. One of them is UEVR, which is an external tool developed by a guy called Praydog that turns Unreal Engine games, and it sets up the VR camera and motion tracking controls for VR. So I'm using that to basically get the VR view going, and then the rest of it. So there's custom menus here. There's a custom heads-up display. All the detailed controls and everything are done as a standard Satisfactory mod. So it's using the standard Satisfactory modding library, and it is mostly in Unreal Engine blueprints, and a lot of it is widget stuff. There's a lot of custom UI stuff, but there is a little bit of C++ for some low-level dealing with hardware interfaces and state machines and things like that. Okay, so now we need to bring in the concrete, or the limestone, I should say. So that's our old concrete plant up there. We are now going to destroy it and bring the concrete down to this point here. Which I might just do with a curve. So instead of having concrete come out of here, when this is the old factory, I could keep this vertical thing and I could just tear down the constructors. Let's turn this off. I also need to figure out how to get the 24,000 concrete from here into the new factory. Okay, so I can upgrade that on the spot to a Mark III because I brought some turbo motors with me. We still want it turned off. Now, how much did we need? If I go here, can I just click on that? No. Yes, no. Opening codex. Ooh. Concrete. So this is the normal concrete. We are using wet concrete. 120 per minute. So we need 360 limestone. So this will need... Oh, that's it. 150%. Easy. Easy peasy. Goodbye, old factory that's been here from quite early in game. Basically, session 2, I built this little limestone thing, and it's been keeping me trucking and keeping me supplied with limestone with concrete ever since. Let's leave that so I can finish that off. This should chew through its last bit pretty quickly. But this we will need to upgrade to a Mark IV. I might as well just reuse this vertical stack here at the moment. Just don't look inside where it clips. I might have it come out at this side. Nah, that's fine. A little constructor that could. You have a smidge more limestone. Okay. Delete, delete, delete. Are any of these load-bearing power cables? I don't think so. This one might actually be bringing power to here. So if I delete that, it might actually... Yeah, that's going to cut power. But I can, I think... Like, that station there is temporary as well. It's like, it's been temporary there for so long. But we can just connect that to there for now. Actually, what I'll do is I'll run power from the factory down here up here as part of the build. But for now, doesn't matter. That's going to flood the train station. So I should delete this first. Our dodgy temporary conveyor belt can go. I'm going to make this a Mark V internally, just in case I expand it in the future, but it doesn't really matter. And that is heading directly in the right direction, so we could just follow that long run. How do you feel about Pioneer Surviving Mars now that you've had time to process? So I only played Pioneer Surviving Mars that one time, that one session. And I haven't been back to it. So you could read something into that. It was okay. I don't know if it was a particularly interesting game to stream, and I do want to go back to it. But the following stream I played Subnautica, and like it's hard to top Subnautica as far as an immersive VR experience goes. I really need power along here so I can zoop along a bit. Let's actually drag just some temporary power. I don't have to slum it with a jetpack. I also tend to be quite critical of different user interfaces, and I did find Pioneer Surviving Mars's interface a little... it was a bit clunky. I need one of these without the top bit, maybe. It's also, like Pioneer Surviving Mars, the graphics are quite simple. In part, I think, because it was... I think it's compatible with Quest. Like, there's a Quest port for it. So, again, it's a bit unfair comparing that to something like Satisfactory or Subnautica, which is never going to run on a Quest. Do I take it lower here? Well, it's got to go quite a lot lower to reach the bottom level. I might just keep it at the high level. Why is that not the right height? That's the right height. Oh, right, that's the attach point. And then I drag it out. Okay, let's bring it back to here. See, these poles include power connectors on them, so they are a handy conduit. Hey, it's raining! Hey! So how does that look on the stream? See, that the rain is more obvious looking at the stream picture now than when I was trying to get a really good thumbnail of Pioneer in rain for my wet concrete thumbnail that I'd used on YouTube. Like when I did it, the rain showed up against the sky, but it didn't show up against any of that. Maybe it's a camera mode thing. Maybe it was because I was in camera mode. Decoupled camera. No, I can still see the rain clearly. Maybe it was the type of rain. Maybe heavy rain looks lighter. Yeah, don't know. Yeah, it's not too bad. The raindrops do look very large in VR, though. It does look like big fat rain, but you know, I guess everything is big in Satisfactory. So it's not too much of a surprise. Maybe I put one of these poles sort of near, further over here. Okay. Yeah, it is quite pretty. There is an effect where you can get rain on your visor. That looks a bit odd in VR, so I've actually set up the VR mod to disable it by default. Since I think people go, it looks weird. Or words to those effect. Could use one of those as kind of a pole on the edge here. Although really I should enclose this whole factory. So yeah, there is a wet concrete shader. So this concrete, does it look wet on stream? Can you see kind of wetness on the concrete? Can you see the reflection of that in that? Because it only shows up in one eye in VR, but it's because it's a fairly subtle shader reflection. My brain doesn't do its nutting because only one eye is seeing it. Although maybe it is. Maybe my brain is secretly screaming at the masses, saying, "Why are you doing this to me? There is only one reflection. Where is the other reflection?" I wish I could fix it, but I am not a genius at shader, Unreal shader stuff. So if anyone is really good at Unreal shaders and knows how to fix VR shader issues, give me a call. Hello, how are we doing today? Hey, Juggler, how's it going? Nope, not you. No wetness. Okay, so the concrete is not looking wet for you guys, which means the capture stream is taking from my right eye because I'm only seeing the reflections in the left eye. Does that pole look wet? Like, that looks wet to both eyes. I don't know if there's any reflections in this, but this particular concrete, I mean, it does look wet. It's just, I think the reflections, the wet reflections aren't shown. Oh, right, I turned this off. I think it's safe to turn it on now. You're seeing some reflections a little? Okay, it's moist. Okay, well, as long as it's moist for us, that's the important thing, right? Right has superior to the right or to the left. Yeah, it's just I wish I knew shader magic to fix it. Okay, so this, I think I'm going to delete that and reconnect it. And I'll just run that straight down the pole to I don't know what height. I think it would be there, or would it actually be there? Okay, that would actually be kind of low down. Okay, curvy mode. What looks good? Okay, it's too low. To there actually doesn't look too bad, but it is too low, so we need to bring it up a notch. There we go. Look at the burbs! Burbs, you're under the concrete. You're not going to catch any sunlight down here. Shoo, shoo. Okay. It's alive. We are making concrete at significantly higher rates. So the old factory was barely making 45 per minute. Now we are making 240 per minute. I'm tempted to kind of leave this open. Maybe do a similar sort of support under the pipes. So we have like a little water factory here that's churning out the water, which does need a whole bunch more architecture to do, but let's try something a bit different. Burb. 20,040 per minute? No, just 240. This concrete is solely for building purposes. It is not going to be used at all for... I mean, I'm going to put some of it in a train, so it could go to another factory, but really this is just going to go into depots for personal consumption. It just means, like before, I was not running out at 40 per minute, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up multiple depots so that it will... where am I going to build the depots? I mean, it makes sense to build them here. Nope, I'm just going to go without a... I mean, do I want a blueprint that looks a little fancy or not? Where was the V2? The V2 was very much... Depot was underneath. How was the original one? The original one was depot on top, so that's more appropriate. But I'm not actually... I kind of want a stripped down version of this. Yeah, no, that's different again, actually. So I'm going to have... Where's the middle? The middle is here. So if I have it... I mean, if we line it up near the edge there, we can do kind of a selection to it. Yep, okay, that's reasonable. So we can still run that along there. And then we can grab this wall from over here. So we can still do our self-service sort of depot, grab your concrete. Do I merge it all and split it? Like, it's not much, so I might as well merge it all and then split it again. And now that I think about it, that is asynchronously positioned, so... merger... Let's merge it all down that way and then back again. That is a 240, so we're on at least... I mean, 270 would have actually done it, but... And then let's split this through these. like this. Do I need a smart splitter here? No, I need a smart splitter. I actually need a smart splitter before it, actually. I need a smart splitter here. So that goes to there. I mean, it doesn't really matter what belt speed this is. I just realized I've got a whole ton of concrete up there that also needs sorting. VR mod is updated 1.2. Hey Mundo Factory, how's it going? So this is the first public testing of the VR mod for Satisfactory 1.2. So there's a very, very early alpha release on the Discord. If I'm happy with the state of testing tonight, I'll do an updated release tomorrow morning. But there's a problem in that you need a custom UEVR to do it, not a plugin, not a profile, an actual custom version of UEVR. So there is a bug in the latest UEVR and earlier ones where it shows double controllers and double interfaces. Basically, anything close to you gets doubled up. And one of the community members very kindly submitted a fix, like within days of it coming out. It was pretty impressive how quickly this guy submitted a fix to Praydog to fix UEVR, and I think Ades is his Discord name. I can't remember his other name. And then Joey Hodge, who's a big fan of the mod and also does a lot of UEVR stuff, he compiled and tested it, and so he got it working. And he's got a fork of UEVR with a whole bunch of other changes, and some of those other changes also don't work in Satisfactory. So this current version I'm running is one I compiled myself, which is just Praydog's Nightly plus the Satisfactory fix. So if Praydog releases it in a nightly bundle, all is good. I just tell people to grab the latest nightly and it's all good. But until he does that, I need to try and figure out if trying to give instructions to someone to say, and then download this other thing and unzip it on top of that other thing, it's going to be a support nightmare. So yeah, the mod itself, I've fixed the main issues with the mod. There's a few edge cases, but overall the mod itself is working well. The big showstopper currently is UEVR problems. Any graphical improvements? It's hard to say. I don't think there's any frames per second increase, maybe a small FPS increase, but it feels smoother. I think there are less frame drops. Also, there's new weather effects, and the weather effects look pretty cool, and they don't seem to hit the frame rate much, if at all. Then again, I do have a pretty powerful graphics card, so it might just be that my graphics card just laughs in the face of the rain shader that you're using. So I don't think it's going to be worse performance. Find bug and we as a collective. Why don't you try and import OpenXR DLL in your mod? That's the OpenXR stuff all mine, and once OpenXR is working, I will need to completely rewrite the input system and completely rewrite the camera system. So OpenXR is the long-term goal. Long-term, I want to not use UEVR, I want to have OpenXR native support. But that requires A, me to get OpenXR working, and B, some pretty major changes to the mod, and C, a name change, because the mod will no longer be UEVR enhancements if there is no UEVR. And I am open to ideas as to what the heck to call the UEVR free version of the Satisfactory VR mod. I could go with something boring like Satisfactory VR, or I could do something like Virtual Pioneer or something like that. I don't know.
All mine too
Those are kind of the
says,
two things.
do it. Palpatine voice.
Do it. I will all mine in my copious amounts of free time that I do not have. And also, you know, there's a technical learning curve to get OpenXR working that I do not have currently either. So it'll either take someone with more free time or someone with more technical expertise than me to get it to work with OpenXR. But once like the core OpenXR is working, I'll have no problems updating the inputs and cameras and all that jazz. But I need to get to the point where OpenXR actually works in Satisfactory, and that is not a thing currently. The VR factory must grow. Satisfactory. No. I think I'm going to move these a meter back. And hey, I had the right number of Mercer spheres on me. Hooray! Like, if our Mark 5 is complete overkill, I am never going to be able to feed them in at Mark 5. Hurrah! Okay, so these are... The depot upload is 30 per minute. Previously, there was one depot there, which was loading concrete at 30 per minute. And also, concrete goes to the train, and the train delivers to the space elevator, and the space elevator had a hub, which also had concrete that loaded at 30 per minute. So previously, it was loading at 60 per minute. With these, it is now... With these 4 plus the space elevator, it will be loading at 180 per minute. So I will be able to spam blueprints a little bit longer before I run out, and I'll pause for less time before it gets filled up again. So this is how you get over the upload speed rate limit, is you make more dimensional depot uploaders. So we've just quadrupled the actual concrete factory's throughput here. Now, I have a large container full of concrete up here I don't want to waste. So I'm just going to steal that in a very ugly manner. Although, maybe I should just do it by hand. What do you mean it's too... Nah. I don't know, I kind of like Virtual Pioneer as a mod title. You know, if I just shove this in there, then it'll just feed in with the rest of it. Yes, smart splitter. The right output is any. And the left will be overflow. This is going to take a while. Let me upgrade these to Mark 5s. Here we go. Like, it actually doesn't look too bad. How can I do? Yes, Satisfactory VR, welcome to the party. You can't beat Satisfactory VR unless coffee stain lawyers say you can't have it. Yes. I mean, yes, but it's also a bit boring, Croy, to just call it Satisfactory VR. Have the devs shown any interest in the VR mod? Some of the devs are aware of it. They don't seem to be particularly large VR fans, despite several of the Coffee Stain devs actually having worked in VR and AR before. I get the impression they worked in the bad old days of Gear VR and got a bit burnt with motion sickness. So whenever it comes up on live stream or something, they're going, "Oh, motion sickness! Oh, I want to go into Canon," or anything like that. So I do not know if anyone within Coffee Stain has tried the mod and enjoyed it. But they do, when people ask about Satisfactory VR, they do a call out to the mod, which is at least useful. Investigate, load DLL and API call. Yeah, I'll mind if you could do your magic and get OpenXR working as a Satisfactory mod, that would be awesome. How does it feel to step on a high-level conveyor belt in VR? Well, this is the thing, is like, I do not have motion sickness issues in this game, and I've shot myself out of cannons, I've bounced on a bean. Yes, like even the holo pack's pretty quick. I've used rocket fuel jetpacks, so the thing is most of the motion is constant and it's expected. See, this is pretty quick. Because it is in a constant direction, it's obeying physics, your brain, as long as you're okay in VR generally, your brain goes, this is fine. Virtual Pioneer with strapline Satisfactory in VR, yeah. Satisfactory in VR has some of the best and greatest movement in all VR. Yes, like if I change the jetpack, like the slide jump just feels amazing. And there's a few gestures as well, so if you're just walking forwards, you can actually make a sprint motion with your arms and you'll sprint. Although I think that's off by default in the settings, it's a little bit experimental. But yeah, jetpacking around, it feels great. Parachute, do I have the parachute on me? I mean, you're not actually holding the parachute, but gliding around parachute early game feels fantastic. You can shoot yourself out of a cannon and then parachute off the edge or something. So, and the world is so detailed and so rich that it is just an amazing place to explore in VR. About this mod at all, thanks for the stream. No problem. Okina Dev, you're on YouTube. If you check in the description on YouTube, there's a link to the mod page there. It is not broadly available for Satisfactory 1.2 yet. I'm the mod dev and I'm still testing it out in 1.2. Yes, jump slide still works. Yep, definitely. So yeah, I'm going to be releasing, like, if testing goes well tonight, I'll probably release a limited alpha version over the weekend. But as I was saying, it currently uses another app called UEVR, and there's a problem with the latest UEVR and Satisfactory 1.2. So I'm still trying to figure out how to best get people to download the right version. Because the old version is like, grab UEVR, grab the profile, grab the mod, you're good to go. And I could put in checks to make sure you're running the new version, but this is actually running a modified UEVR that I have compiled myself. So I can't easily check currently from the mod if people have the right version, unless I really make it a custom UEVR with like a custom Satisfactory VR header or information or something like that. So I'm trying to figure out how to do the wider release, basically, without being inundated by support calls where people go, why is this not working and why are my hands all duplicated and stuff like that. So, okay, so concrete is filling up slowly. It is streaming across the countryside from the old container there. So the next thing we need to do is that old conveyor to the train station. We need to update that. Now I'm actually a little wary of sending all overflow to this train station, because if I dump 240 concrete a minute, it's gonna provide a pretty large flood on my mall sorting facility. I mean, it'll probably cope at the moment, but I might need to throttle this to only take on like 120 a minute or something like that. Now, how did I wire this up? Okay, it's coming in here, so I think we're going to go across here.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Need a new Steam VR headset for easy testing environment. Don't want to do wiring. All mine, get a Steam frame. They're only very expensive. Okina Dev, wow, yeah, this is incredible. Cool. Personally, I don't also get any motion sickness in VR. So yeah, if you're an experienced VR player, you'll have no problem with Satisfactory in VR. As long as you've got a powerful computer or you're okay with low frame rates. It does need a pretty powerful computer to run decently. Steam frame release is imminent, and I would recommend that to anybody who's looking at wanting to get into VR, but I suspect it's going to be very expensive. Okay, now we will change the concrete to feed in down this stretch here. Would be better if it came this side of the pole. No, this side should be okay. Because I can basically have one of these walls on the side here with the overflow coming out there. And that will go across to there. Expensive and sold out in seconds, yeah. Steam controller is now on back order for 2020. Oh, is it? I was going to pick up a Steam controller when I ordered my frame. I should have bought into the hype and got it as soon as possible, shouldn't I? Oh well. My budget will probably thank me. And my wife might thank me too. New VR1, which I consider great value. Yeah, well, it depends on your budget. Last I heard, well, mine, correct me if I'm wrong, you have an original Vive still, was it? And these new headsets, if you're not using them as much as we are, they can be quite pricey. And how often do you use your Vive or mine? Because that's the other thing. It's like, sure, if you're going to spend, $2,000 on a VR headset, if you use it every day, that's great value. I use mine most days, so buying an expensive headset is actually a really good value proposition because I know I'm going to get a lot of use out of it. But if you're getting it in order to test loading of a DLL as a modding project, then it's a bit pricey. Once in a year. But would you use a VR headset more if you had a better one? Or recommend a VR headset in 4 figures becomes less sense? Yes. Not the latest, but a 4080 i9. Oh, 4080 should be fine, Okuna. I'm using a 5080 here. Ah, ad break.
Incoming propaganda. Seek shelter immediately.
We have some experts on Linux getting this to work under Linux, although I don't know if they've got 1.2 working. We got ad breaks incoming on for the Twitch people, so I'm going to take a short break. I can tell you a little bit more about the VR version Okuna when I'm back in a few minutes, although Dippy VR is the person to ask about that. But people have got it working. Okay, back in a few minutes.
Look lively, it's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we're back. Dev had a PSVR for first gen and almost never used it because of the quality. We've been using it mostly weekly for a year now. Quality of VR definitely makes a big difference. Yeah, I've got a Quest 3 by the way. Yeah, I wondered if you were still on the PSVR one from your comment. Yes, I'm using a Quest 3 here with virtual desktop. What's my frame rate doing? Why has my frame rate dipped? Okay, now it's better. Ooh, bit of a stutter there. Oh, no, not autosave. There is some frame drops going on. It has been very smooth up until this point. Alright, well, we'll keep playing. If the frame rate dips happen more, then I might swap out. I might quit the game and reload it, basically. Okay, so we are in the Blue Crater, where we are upgrading our concrete factory after a very long time of limping along with a single 3-constructor sort of factory up there. We now are making wet concrete. We have 2 water extractors over here that are overclocked a little bit. Just let me turn my headlight on. Just to 125% to get them up to a total of 300 water per minute, which is then coming up here where we've substituted 3 constructors for 3 refineries making wet concrete. And these are taking in 120 limestone a minute each and producing 80 concrete, changing our throughput from Midland 45 per minute through to now we're making 240. So we now have 2 storage containers that are filling up with concrete, and now we have 4 dimensional depots. So the idea here is that instead of taking 30 per minute to upload to a depot, we are now effectively uploading 120 per minute to the depots. Which means that 240 a minute is complete overkill, and maybe I should make more depots. Because the excess is going to go here, which will be delivered by train to our central hub. But our central hub has a single dimensional depot, so 240 per minute is way overkill for the throughput to deliver to there. So I'm not sure exactly how we're going to balance this. I mean, loading more into the train is possibly a good thing because it means we have a few more options for we could deliver concrete to a factory if it needed it. Like 240 is nothing compared to some high throughput factories requirements, but it's way more than I need for handcrafting of stuff. Okay, so we've got a smart splitter here, so it is prioritizing filling up these containers first. It will take a while, but we're also outputting from a container up there that is flooding down here as well. So this is just the temporary conveyor from the old container to transfer its contents, because I can't be bothered running back and forth constantly with my bags full of stuff. Now, this is still a very bare bones factory. We've got the structure solid, but there's not really a lot of architecture here yet. I'd probably even trim that back a bit further. But it's a big step up from the old one, and I might actually move on to the next project because there's a couple of things I wanted to try out tonight, and the priority tonight is to test the mod and how well the mod is working with 1.2. So we've done a basic factory design here. Can I just bring that along here, maybe? There was another factory I was looking at building, which might involve vehicles. So I might get to try out the new vehicle system, which I have not yet tried to any length. Let's just make sure all this is looking good. I mean, this power... Let's see the power trace. So we were pulling power from here, but we're also now connecting power up to the top, and that is connected to there. So if we blow away this pole, theoretically, we won't get a power outage. That should have had power. Do we have a power outage? Like, my hover pack still has power, so where's the power? This is odd. I must be pulling power from over there. Did I not connect it all up? Okay, there's a red light up there. Let's go check that out. I think someone's car went off when you did that. Sync controller is now back. Yes, it's 6 months away. No, don't tell me that. Hang on, we've got power here. There's power there. Did we not connect power here? That would be funny. Oh, look, we didn't connect power from here. That burb is on the concrete. That's better. Okay, let's just check that water, make sure the water's going, because these power poles littered around the place are like ancient. Even these power poles, I really need to get rid of these. Like, there should be power connectors along the back there all the way around, so I should be able to delete that and not have everything explode, but I'm kind of afraid. That's kind of a future tidy up thing. Like, we will be back here to tidy up and do some better architecture and stuff. But for now, I think we're going to let this concrete factory run. And we might come back later this evening and do some architecture if we finish the other factory in time. Okay, that's going to take a while. Alright, let's grab this slug. So the next factory I want to build, or the next enhancement or upgrade, is to build homing rifle ammo. I think I've automated normal rifle ammo. Have I not put it in here yet? That would be interesting. 7 package turbo fuel. Okay. I'm pretty sure I made some rifle ammo, but I didn't put it in the depot yet because I didn't want it just being one bit of ammo by itself until I could make the other sorts. So let's grab the zip line and let's... I have a concept of using vehicles for this. It may actually mean expanding our... ziplining in VR is so fun, by the way. Jumping from line to line. Yeah, we may need to actually expand our production of high-speed connectors. Turbo motors, Skippy, you champ. Wow, Sue with a second... No, Sue gave me a nuke before. It was someone else who gave me a slug. Lassie with those. I think I'm automating those. Don't need those, Timmy. Beams are always useful, George. Actually, I might go grab some beams from the hub because we may need to plonk down some pretty big blueprints. Okay. Now, do I have... Let me check. Okay, VR test. Does the quick search work? That's a good start. Rifle ammo. Okay, homing rifle ammo. I might need to unlock these two. But it looks like I've unlocked homing rifle ammo. So yes, I need high-speed connectors and rifle ammo. So rifle ammo is pretty easy. You just need copper and... Oh, smokeless powder. Do I have smokeless powder out there? Oh, that could be a challenge. I didn't think about that. Okay. Turbo rifle ammo needs 1,000 rifle ammo. What's the other rifle ammo then? Okay, so let's check. I need a train station so I can look up train schedules and stuff. The smokeless powder is made over there. But where I was thinking of making... Oh, this factory might come full circle and might end up... Ah! Hit by a train. This might come full circle and I might end up making the rifle ammo where we're making the concrete. That would be funny. Timetable. Steel Bullet is steel products. Silicon Express is computer products. Home Delivery, Heavy Frame Express. I don't... Which train is going to the munitions factory? Maybe it's Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Yes, going from the powder works to munitions. So let's have a look. Powder works. Smokeless powder. Okay. Yes. Okay, so smokeless powder is being delivered to the munitions factories, so that means the plan can go ahead. Swiney for you. Hello, hello. How are you? Okay. So I think I'm okay to just rush off in that general direction. So let's grab our zipline. Because I'm pretty sure I'm tapping some copper node over there already. Oops. Pop by the space elevator. There's also my old school central storage. If I ever need to top up on anything. Good old concrete and beams is usually the two things you run out of. General direction, leader of the army, or approximate probability. Beams are over here. I have also thought about increasing my beam production because beams is the other thing that I do run out of regularly. And I'm still limping along with a very early game steel factory for making beams. Probably wouldn't be too hard to increase its capacity to make some more beams. Yeah, that'll do. I'm not going to do too much planning here. Now, I'm actually going to switch to jetpack because jetpack is a lot more flexible when you're ziplining. Hoverpack is kind of like a hard stop, and it can actually be tricky to reposition to get back on a wire with a hoverpack. But zipline. Hey, sulfur hogs. Anecdotally, this. Actually, I have turned the fog down a little bit, so maybe that's why it looks clearer, literally. I think I'm on 40% fog. There is a new setting in the menu where you can adjust how thick the fog is. Oh, one of them, me. Rude. See, much more fluid for the jetpack. Did I go the wrong way? I think I went down a side passage. Okay. So this is our Silicon Valley type area here with our computer factories. Our train station. So the challenge is that this here, which still needs some architecture work, I know. This is making supercomputers. So this is two blueprints here, making supercomputers, and then there are 5 blueprints making high-speed connectors. And there is a trickle of excess high-speed connectors. But if I'm stealing more for ammo, I might need to increase how many high-speed connectors I'm making. Just a smidge. Because it would be not good if I took all my remaining high-speed connectors and took them over. So the high-speed connectors need to go over there to the munitions factory. Now I could make a conveyor belt across there, no problem. But that's not fun. Let's do a vehicle. Let's have factory carts deliver them. And we can try out the new vehicle system. But first I'm going to... let's go... I'm going to check if I did actually end up making what I ended up making. Let's have a look. Okay, explosive. The smokeless powder is being used for explosive rebars. So these are stun and shatter rebars. And that one's unused currently. Okay, so this is just rebars currently. I have not expanded it yet to make the rifle ammo. I don't use rifles. Rebars, why do you need rifles when you've got rebars? And the answer is homing ammo. So let me just switch over to the plan. That's right, I upgraded my copper to use alloys. Now it's coming back to me. Let me just switch over to the plan, which I think I put in Satisfactory Modeler. Homing ammo, yes. I'm going to the swamp, and I have a mad plan of long-term not harming anything in the swamp. I want it to be a nature sanctuary for nature's wonders. But initially on my scouting mission, I'm going to need some defense. Okay. What do we got? Oh, that's the uranium plan, the nuclear plan. You're not interested in that yet. That'll be future weeks. Munitions rebar, non-ballistic powder. Munitions rifle. Okay, this is the rifle plan. So we're going to make 4 assemblers. Ah! Who was that? Russ! Stop scaring everybody. 4 assemblers of rifle ammo. 2 assemblers to make homing, which means it's... Oh, 5? What number is that? 5? That's quite a lot of... that's quite a lot of high-speed connectors just devoted to ammo. We're not bothering with the turbo fuel, turbo ammo. I know Dippy likes turbo ammo. I don't get it. I'd rather have something other homing. Basically, homing ammo is not the only one I'd probably use. So, copper sheets, easy. Smokeless powder and sheets into the rifle ammo. And then from there we go into another stack of assemblers for there, and it's a blender for the turbo ammo. So we've got a stack of constructors, 2 stacks of assemblers, and a stack of blenders, or a blender. That's not too hard. And there wasn't much iron in that. But I think I will kind of use this space back here. So yeah, I probably do not need that iron patch. So I'm actually pulling copper in from way over there. There is actually copper used by the computer factory, so I could have brought copper in here. Yeah, I didn't. I'll start at this end. You hate that sound? That's why it's a jump scare, Redeem. Russ, who doesn't play Satisfactory, loves that sound. One day we'll get Russ playing Satisfactory. Then she will understand the horror. Okay, well the copper is there, so having the constructors up the back here now, it was 6. Maybe I should build, okay, if we leave a spot there for blenders, put that away. That's a stack of 3 assemblers. The first one required 4.
Realm of Russ must play Satisfactory to help save the puppies and kittens.
Did Ada speak when it was raining earlier? Because the first time it rains, Ada has a voice line. Maybe it's only when it rains heavily she says it. We only need 4 of these. I might actually just go with 3 for now, because we're not making the turbo ammo, so 3 is probably enough. We can expand it later. Do I have it unlocked? Rifle ammo. Okay, so that'll be the rifle ammo. Then the next one will be 2 assemblers. And these will be
incoming Pioneer reinforcements.
Whoa,
Ader Phasma is leading a force of 24 viewers. Thanks for the raid, Ader Phasma, and welcome everyone to the channel.
Ader Phasma, welcome everybody. 24 viewers. Hello, hello. Fancy raid message goes here. Fancy message raid goes there. So we got Freya Small, Garden, Green 37, Nagrath Dermon, Croy's responding with stickers. Nice, welcome there, Croy. Ader Phasma, welcome. How are you going? Were you playing some Satisfactory, Ada? We are playing Satisfactory in virtual reality, which is, if you have the technology and the stomach, the best way to play Satisfactory in my opinion. But I am particularly biased because I wanted to play Satisfactory in VR so much, I created the mod to make it happen. And I now have over 1,000 hours in Satisfactory in VR under my belt. Welcome readers to VR Satisfactory. So yes, tonight we are playing Satisfactory VR for the first time since 1.2 landed. Basically 1.2 broke all the mods, including the VR mod. So I've been working on fixing the mod, and tonight, wow, where did that snap? Oh, it just moved on me, that's all. So tonight is sort of an alpha test to see how the mod is working and find out any bugs, and it's not going too badly so far. Yeah, wandered around a bunch and got a few hard drives and slips and spheres. Cool. Needs a strong stomach for giving me the dizzies. Well, this is the thing, it's like, watching someone in VR can often be more nauseating or dizzying than actually playing in VR, because everything here is tracked directly to my head. So to me, everything is perfectly smooth and not moving at all. Like if I look that way or that way, it's natural, whereas you're looking on a screen at what I am doing. And because I'm moving my head around, the camera is effectively moving the head around as well. Now, I do have some motion smoothing, because you would not believe how much people's heads move and shake and vibrate by default. So there is already some motion smoothing on there to make the footage a little smoother. I can try and move my head less, if that might help. But because I've played so much, I tend to zip around a lot. had the hardware, I would try it. Cool. As a fellow biased VR factory will confirm the mine is awesome. I assume your mod is awesome. Our head bobs are not in sync. No. Yes, it is interesting to hear some people are fine with watching it, some people are fine playing it. I try and give a smooth presentation, but if there are some new viewers, I can try and not move my head quite as much. Because we're kind of testing mod changes, we are making a couple of small projects. So we've just got rid of our ancient concrete factory, and we've replaced it with a wet concrete factory that is now making 240 concrete per minute. That's all going straight into the depot. It's just for building purposes. It's not supplying any other factories. Now we're building rifle ammo because our next project over here we have the swamp. Ah! Now Croy's trying to get us to the second power outage. We have the beautiful swamp over here, and the next major project is to make nuclear power. Which I haven't gone in the swamp on this playthrough, so I'm going to get a lot of homing ammo, and then I'm going to go scouting through the swamp to try and plan the layout, and basically I'm going to build a huge nuclear facility in this swamp. I have never done nuclear before. I have over 2,000 hours in Satisfactory, and I've always avoided nuclear because it was too hard. But in this playthrough I do not have fuel generators unlocked. I am still on coal power even though I'm in phase 4. This is kind of a personal thing to force me to use nuclear power. So our factories are a bit lean at the moment, and we will be expanding to nuclear later on. So if I look at the power grid, how is our power looking? Well, I just added a pile more refineries to it. Yeah, this is our power currently.
I admire your optimism, Dippy VR, but
Hey,
you only
Dippy.
get a participation award this time round. Future on VR was the winner. In fact, you were in position 18. Better luck next time. Dippy
So, yeah,
VR just hit a 40 stream watch streak.
40
That's
stream,
impressive
Dippy.
dedication.
Nice.
Heck, apparently.
Heck. So we're producing about 14 gigawatts of power, peaking at around 16 because we've got some thermal generators. But that consumption line, which is the orange line we're bringing through there, you can see it's kind of crossing over the line. So we are relying on some battery power here to keep our power grid stable. And we've got some aluminium production up, but we really can't push much more in phase 4 until we have nuclear power online. So we are making ammo in order to go to the swamp. Hey, Dippy, we had someone earlier asking about Satisfactory running under Linux. Although I'm guessing you haven't tried getting 1.2 working yet under Linux in VR. Okay, now we need 6 constructors for copper. I can put that here, I think. Trying to work around the trees a little bit. Although that tree may have to go. I think its time is up. Pruning tool. I mean, I could have a single stack of constructors going up. But I think I might make it 2 stacks. If I make it 2 stacks of 3. Kind of think there is also what is it? Steamed copper sheets, but I have no water anywhere near here, so I'm afraid steamy copper is out. You know what? I should upgrade this blueprint with actual connected manifolds. I keep saying I will, and I don't. So let's see if we can crash the game by dealing with vertical mergers and splitters. Won't that be fun? I think these are actually Mark 1 blueprints. Spoiler alert, vertical mergers and splitters are still bugged.
Croy VR is now lurking.
Waiting for your mod? The alpha version's ready, Dippy. But it requires a custom UEVR currently, so it is a little tricky. I was asking where you got the penguin suit in your stream. Okay, so I'm going to save the game here because I do not trust this. Let's test the keyboard when saving the game. That doesn't click. That worked in test earlier. Why is the click not working? Interesting. Okay, if I go into desktop mode, it works. But the controller's not working. Interesting. Again, it worked earlier when I was testing it, so what has changed? I'm not sure. So that is a bug that I will need to fix before I do a wider release. Yes, it was a Mark 1 blueprint. This is the output this side. Okay, this is actually backwards from how I normally do it. Okay, I can. So the new thing they fixed is now you can slide this anywhere, which is kind of odd. But if you hold snap, it actually does snap to the machines, which is a huge improvement over previously where it would sometimes just snap to the half meter and not line up ever, which was not useful.
ATER Phasma is now lurking.
No problem. Lurkers are welcome here. Okay, so this needs to reverse. This is the input at the back here. Don't have any power out here though, so my hover pack is failing. Let me just grab some power. Where does this go? Wow, it goes all the way over there. Okay, let's copy that. Attach it to there. That should at least get me a bit more hover space. That's snapping at a half meter off, but it is also, if I am at the right place, snapping to the right place. So I will let it get away with that. Let's put some frames on here cosmetically. Doesn't quite reach that many. Okay. Sneaky half nudge to make it all line up. That way it visually looks like it's halfway between them. Okay. I'm going to put a pillar down here. Basically, this is left open to be able to connect power from that down through the floor. We actually don't need that covered because that's already connected. So that can be filled in there. Helps if we put in conveyors here. We already did that side. So that's the core of adding the constructors to it. Does this work? Yes, this keyboard works okay. That didn't reset the directory. Did they finally fix that bug? Would be amazing if they did. That has been a bug for a very long time where it would forget what directory the blueprint was in whenever you saved it. Now we put a conveyor hole here at the bottom because I'm pretty sure you still can't connect splitter to splitter or merger to merger, which is a pain in the butt for vertical manifolds. So you effectively still need a hole if you're to connect two blueprints together. We can test this later, but at the moment I'm just going to put these in. They can be deleted later. Whoops, I've lost my concrete. Complained about directory resetting thousands of times. Yeah, like if it actually is fixed, that has been a bug since update 8, I think. Like early blueprint days. Let me try it again. It's remembered the directory, and it still says it's going to override it. It's remembered the directory! Yeah! Okay, one good thing in 1.2. Right, let's see if I can actually build this without it all crashing. Nope. I had this problem before. Luckily, I've saved the blueprint. Basically, if you build a vertical manifold, it will crash. Okay, that is repeatable. Send and restart. So you win some, you lose some. What I need to do is I need to disable mods and see if I can replicate that bug, and then log it on the bug site, and send them a copy of the debug. Now, fortunately, when I was testing before, the saved blueprint did work when I loaded back into the game. It was only if I built it straight after saving it, which we're going to find out. Okay, we're back. Stream is updated. Yes. It is a lot of UEVRs, yes. I could probably delete some. I don't use them anymore. Okay, so that blueprint should actually still be saved because we just overwrote the old one. Constructor 3. Let's try this again. So this is exactly the same blueprint that we just saved. Let's line it up here. Why am I hearing 2 sets of Satisfactory music? Could be my imagination. Click. Yay! See? It worked. So it saves the correct file, but the first time you build it, if you haven't quit and restarted the game, it does something weird. Okay, that bug is still there, that it will reset orientation to the first orientation. So you have to make it face the right direction first. You can't change the rotation after you do the initial click. Like whatever I change it to, it still resets it back to the first one. So that is a bug that still exists, Joy. Because it makes a difference when you're trying to orient lifts a certain way. Basically, you can't. Okay, on the line. I'm hearing 2 sets of music. Is anyone else hearing 2 sets of music? That, I swear, was on before. Otherwise, I've been crazy and it's been off the whole time and I haven't noticed. Actually, while we're here, I'm going to turn off pausing in menu because the save keyboard should work with that off. Okay. Copper. I hope I've got enough copper. Need 120 copper. Ooh. Ah. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can because this little output here I can ramp up, although I might need to build more. Actually, I'm not using any of the copper here currently. That's kind of odd. What did I do there? Because this over here is retired. I'm just basically using copper and iron to make iron alloy. Ah, my power node moved from there. That's how long ago it crashed. I could say Kitsune, so I say lag because your computer is running a SAD Ryzen 5 2600 32 gig DDR4 and a 1660 XT graphics card. Ah, okay. The 32 gig of DDR4 is probably worth a lot these days. But the 1660, we have had people play it on the 1660. They have been. Like it depends on what level of quality graphics and what frame rate you can really put up with. Like how lower settings do you have to compromise to get a good experience? And we have had people who have played on worse. Well, not worse, but about that level. Okay. Hope I'm sending copper to the right place. Well, it's doing something, so I'm guessing that's right. Yay! Okay. Lots of copper sheets being made. Super not XT. Yeah. Well, 1660 anything is quite an old generation. Running in Win X11 mode might give you a performance boost. Okay, so we have coming out of here, we have the copper sheets. They need to merge into just there, I think. Copper sheets. Why is that way around? Play VR chat VR just fine. 60 has been amazingly better from what I had before. Yeah. VR chat is, though, a VR game. Like, it's actually made for VR. This is like, and I've heard VR chat can be terribly unoptimized, depending on what worlds you go to. But you know, this Satisfactory is never made for VR, and we're running it with a hacky mod that's injecting into it. It's so, and part of the problem is like the game is not, to get VR perfect, you really want to run at 90 frames a second. And Satisfactory is not ever tuned to run at those sorts of high frame rates. Like, if you're getting a solid 60 frames a second in Satisfactory, you know, you're having a good time. And so I am aiming to get 60 frames a second. So the way I have mine set up is I aim for 70 to 80 frames a second. And then I have what's called synchronous space warp turned on, which is effectively a frame doubler in the headset. So what this means is it actually caps it at 60 frames a second. So I get a smooth 60 frames a second, which is perfect for streaming. But in the headset, I get 120. And there's a few artifacts, because, you know, any frame doubler is not perfect. But that's a good compromise. And I have everything set to ultra. Like, I have all the settings cranked up. If I turn those ultra settings down, Satisfactory still won't get, you know, above 70, 80 frames a second. Because the game engine itself and the factory simulation is sort of a bottleneck, just irrespective of what your graphics card is. So tuning this for VR, you know, to get that ideal, perfect, smooth 90 frames a second is not really something it's made to do. Okay, so I just realized we do not stick those in there, or do we? I don't think we do. I think we just stuffed it up. No, this is something different, and it doesn't take copper sheets. That's the next type of ammo, which is what we need the other stuff for. We do need smokeless powder in here though, and somewhere around here is smokeless powder. Should be on train. There's a whole pile of smokeless powder coming in by train there. I might actually need to make more of it, because I don't know what limit of smokeless powder I'm making currently. Yeah, it's using 10 per minute. I think we're fine. I'm not playing creative mode. I'm actually playing the normal game mode with all the limitations. I have a hover pack, so this is. I don't know how much Satisfactory you've played. Ellie, are you new? Are you a veteran? But I am in phase 4 and I have a hover pack, is the short answer, if you're wondering why I'm flying around like this. Dippy gets 20 frames a second when I visit his doggo farm. Yeah, but your doggo farm's a little crazy, Dippy. Like, how many doggos do you have in there? And that's the thing, is like part of the impact is what sort of world you've got and how it's set up. You may notice I haven't gone crazy with lights, and my builds are fairly moderate compared to the sort of massive factories some people on the internet will have you believe is required. And so a lot of that is intentional to kind of get a decent frame rate. I wish I could turn Lumen on. I could probably have a better... I think Lumen runs better on since 1.2, but I haven't been brave enough to turn it on yet. Okay, smokeless powder going in. I could. It is very soon, so... Yeah, the first alert's about to kick in. Sorry, just pausing the ads because dinner is on the horizon. Okay. We are missing power. Power is coming down the sides here. Power where? I might connect another connector over here. It's working! Hang on, that is okay. That's another. So these are chewing through 30 per minute, and the full plan actually wanted a fourth on top, so that'd be 40 per minute. So that'd be 50 per minute smokeless powder. So I might need to go back to my parent factory and make sure I'm making enough. But it'll make enough to make some stinger suppressive fire ammo, I think. And this is probably full. So we have a backlog of smokeless powder already, so we should be good to go. Now we haven't actually... Ah! Aziran! I just need to build the man. Sulfur. Okay, we need we need 50 turbo fuel. That's going to be a little challenging. No, that's to unlock turbo ammo. Where's the homing ammo? Is it under Caterium? Aha! Oh, that's easy. 510 high-speed connectors. So, as I said, high-speed connectors are being made over the other side of that massive chasm over there. So we just need to wait for some... I don't want to research. Actually, I probably should start researching hard drives because there's a few nuclear recipes I need, so why not? Because we've unlocked all of tier 7 and 8 tech levels, so there's going to be a ton of new things to research. I probably should have waited off unlocking a few nodes before I had certain key resources. Still need to finish off the building there. Yeah. So the thing is, we need the high-speed connectors, which are being made in that building over there. I could get a feed from over there, but I'm thinking I might actually just set up a little truck station here and test the new vehicle stuff. It's going to be like the shortest vehicle route ever, but it might be the cutest, and really we do not need a lot of throughput. Okay, that should be 500 already. Yes, it is. Oh, and I started a hard drive. Which means I can't actually unlock the next recipe. Okay, let's have a think about turbo fuel. Turbo fuel. Because I'd like to unlock and at least set things up, even if I don't care about turbo fuel ammo. Oh, that takes a... Have I not got any turbo fuel recipe? Oh, that's a pain. It's going to cost me a hard drive. Package turbo fuel. Do I have a turbo fuel alt recipe already? You know what? I probably don't, because I haven't unlocked fuel processing power. Although that shouldn't matter, really, because turbo fuel is not about power. Turbo fuel is about jetpacks. Is it gonna make me unlock that tier just so I can get turbo fuel alts? That would be annoying. Or I could just buy the default recipe. I mean, there's plenty of hard drives out there, isn't there? Compacted coal, except I need to get compacted coal as well, which is annoying. Which I'm guessing I don't have as an alt recipe yet. I might. Although if compacted coal is only used for turbo fuel, maybe I don't. No, I don't. That's annoying. Unless I've got it. Let me check the codex. Nope, I do not have compacted coal. Means 2 hard drives just to get turbo rifle ammo. It's almost not worth it. Deflect, hello! How's it going, Deflect? Deflect 14. Okay. Right, so we are... What are we waiting for? Oh, we're waiting for the stupid hard drive to finish because I accidentally built a hard drive. Well, we can start... Do I have any turbo ammo? Why have I not got labels on here set up properly? That seems remiss of me. Thought I set that up. Who did it this time? Russ! I'll get immune to it, you know, although new visitors to the stream might not, so I guess carry on. That's explosive rebar. This is another good test, see if I can change icons. Rebar. Yeah. I mean, this was kind of temporarily thrown here. Maybe that's why I didn't bother with labels. But you know, temporary tends to last 6 years. Stun rebar. This one's got shatter rebars.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Is the thing becoming immune sounds bad? Okay, so there is an ad break coming up. There's also a dinner break coming up. Azuren, do I have an ETA on dinner? How do you have an ETA on dinner? I'm still waiting on the estimate for dinner. I might sleep the ads because I know dinner is here soon. So basically, when dinner rocks up, we're going to take a 15-minute break to eat my nachos, and then. Oops! I almost hit the start ad button instead of pause ad button. Okay, so do we want a gap between the rebars and the other ones? Maybe that might be nice to have a bit of a break in the layout. Words? Yes, there will be words, Russ. If you want words, there will be words. There's nearly words time. So let's set up this ready for the new types of ammo that we're making. There, and space-wise, so that's over the line. If I put that over the line, that's going to really cramp that, and it's going to look terrible. If I do it over that line, that's kind of a... Let's actually space it. So if that is there... we have 4 meters across, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it's already got a pillar on that side. Let me just put one forward so I can help line it up. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then that one there. We could actually have a window in there actually showing the materials going up. Except, oh, it's going to have to split. My cutting plan has failed. I mean, I could do a programmable splitter, but that would be messy still. Either way, I like the fact that there's a gap. So I'm going to keep with that plan. I'm just going to wall it off so nobody sees it. We can get fancier later. I mean, this fancy bit we can do now. Okay. Overlapping these, apparently it has ugly corners, so just line it up edge to edge. Yeah, we'll figure it out later, a bit neater later on. This we can actually just snap to that. Yeah, hard drive's done. I've got my eyes re-examined, so I have my new prescription specications and I've ordered replacement custom lenses for your
Incoming
quest.
propaganda
Cool.
broadcast
In a
detected.
fortnight and a
Please
bit, I
seek
can
shelter.
play again. Cool. That ad break is unavoidable. We have an ad break coming screaming at us. Do we have any sign of dinner? Actually, I could bring these up here and still have that middle column and just make that middle column a merger. So we still have stuff coming up here and we could still make it a visual feature. That might look cool. Anyway, this is finished, so we can actually unlock the recipe we actually want now that we got distracted. That's the one, right? Homing rifle ammo. That's the mission. Project Swamp Safari. Where is it? Is it not an assembler thing? I thought it was an assembler thing. Nanny? I did unlock it, right? Or do I have to confirm? Thanks, Ada.
Homing rifle ammo unlocked. This ammo can be loaded into a normal rifle and, when fired, will seek a target. Clarification. This does not make the rifle a homing rifle. If you leave the rifle alone,
Yes.
even when loaded with this ammo, it will not return home like a devoted and adorable puppy and
Noted.
kitten.
Do not leave rifle lying around. Homing rifle ammo. Okay, so we have the normal rifle ammo and then we need the high-speed connectors. So the mission after dinner will be to get high-speed connectors, which I am planning on testing the vehicle system. We will deliver it via adorable factory carts. So smart splitter here. That will split off, prioritize sending the ammo to the homing ammo construction. We don't actually need that. So right, left will be any, and right will be, actually I might have a merger here in the center, because that will merge the output from the plain ammo and the homing ammo, and then that can get put into storage. Where's our storage lineup? Okay, it's over there. Oh, this is overflow. I know.
Incoming propaganda. Seek shelter immediately.
I know. Okay, so this is the output of both types of ammo once it is ready. But we will need to supply high-speed connectors. Okay. So this will come up this way. So if we're aiming for it to look nice quickly before the ad break, that will go there. 1, 2, 3, 4. That will be sort of the edge. I might actually put a hole
Look
here.
lively. It's time to do those
Ad
stretches
break.
and hydrate.
Okay, I'm just taking a dinner break. We'll be back in 15 minutes. I'm going to load up some words on stream to keep people entertained. And I will be back in 15 minutes. Give me a sec to load up the words on stream. And then I'm going to eat. Ouch, that was a tough one. Okay, I'm going to stop there and we'll get back into it. Give me a sec to swap over. Good job on the other rounds though, people. That was very good. Putting my headset back on. Reconnecting to my streaming PC from VR. Hey, it worked. Okay. Switch it on. Right, I should have run another ad break. We're only another 30 minutes until the next ad break. Okay, we're back. We're back in Satisfactory in VR. How are we all going this evening? Yeah, that last round was brutal, guys. Yeah, okay, gotta watch out for those dodgy letters. We are in the Titan Forest. We are doing a few hobby projects today. Basically, this is the first time I've streamed and even played Satisfactory since 1.2 came out. I'm working on an update to the VR mod, so this session is largely about doing stuff to make sure the mod works. So I'm effectively testing the mods. So we're working on a couple of smaller projects and definitely building some stuff. I found one bug in the mod and we found one bug in Satisfactory that crashes the game. So it's been pretty successful so far overall. The trick is I need to replicate that Satisfactory bug without mods. So I can send it off and have CopyStain fix it. Because, surprise, surprise, vertical mergers and splitters are not, in fact, fixed yet. They have a quite bad bug that crashes them. Okay, let's use a splitter here to get that to nicely attach. Fun fact, using a... helps if you use the right thing. Well, I have it the right way around. Use a splitter or merger, you can actually have a conveyor go around a sharper corner than you would if you just had a conveyor coming out of something. We're using Mark 3s along here because the throughput's not huge. Now, we're going to upgrade that for a merger later on, but it's not really a problem at the moment. Now this one we are going to have set to overflow. Hello. There's my... I've probably lost focus. Give me a sec. Game focus, please. Easy when there's no timer. Oh, that was the last word, was it? Right, okay. I was going to say, what was awesome? was going to say that round was pretty lousy actually, but oh, the word you were looking for was awesome. Oh dear. Okay, rifle ammo. And then the next one will be our homing ammo. There it is. But we lost it there for a second. Okay, so that will feed down into that. That will feed up into that. So we just need to feed the combined outputs into there. But we still need our high-speed connectors, which is the next technology test. We are going to try out vehicles. Oh, that's a point. We've still got those bloody copper tubes in the pipe. Well, let me just change this to normal recipe so we can flush those out. That should be it. So now if I change it back, I'll end up with some copper sheets in my inventory, and it will start feeding in the rifle ammo. Okay. So now we need to go get some homing ammo. This is going to be complete overkill, because basically I'm looking at having it delivered by vehicle from over there to here. So the world's tiniest vehicle route. I probably should include the train line kind of in the design so they kind of come in together. Makes sense? Pretty sure vehicle stations, are they 3 wide? I mean, we could have it delivered to over there. Let's put something down and we can always change it later. Transport. 1 truck station. I really wish they made a teeny tiny station for carts, because that's really what we need. But truck stations is what we have. I mean, we can still have the road kind of curl around here. We could bring this further forward and sit it between the trees. Temporary, we'll figure it out later. Okay. So if we have... I'm going to basically work on a 1 foundation road. This train line we can have slope up, so this train could elevate so it's above it. So we want this to kind of curve and go under the rail, I guess. Or we can take a different route. Let's use good old... where is it? There it is. Good old catwalk intersection method. We have to hold split. I think we should probably come out a little further before we do the curve, actually. So the reason we nudge this across 2 is because the rotation point of this is on the center of it. But now that I think about it, if we want to have a border on the edge as well, we probably want this moved over across a bit more. So we probably do actually want... whoops, not scanner. Where did that come from? I mean, I could make a blueprint for this road, but that's kind of overkill, maybe. Let's actually switch right to probably slumber. Have a good one, peeps. No problems, Russ. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the words. I will probably see you online tomorrow night, possibly, if you're coming along to the stream tomorrow night. Tomorrow I will most likely be going back to Subnautica, because I'm having a lot of fun with Subnautica. It is very cool. So yeah, we'll probably be doing Subnautica Saturdays for a while and keeping Satisfactory on Friday. Actually, no, we want... Does that need rotating? That looks... This is where you go insane trying to get your very hard to see lines lined up. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna have to do it with the copies. Problem is I can't actually see. Yeah, that's the wrong way around. There's a very faint line on this particular build piece. Really hard to see, but it is there. Come on, I want to get on that. Yes, thank you. Doom. Might actually want to curve a bit tighter and sort of come down this direction and then pull in. So maybe I don't have that there. Maybe I come around the corner one more. I'm trying to leave the train track there for 2 reasons. Firstly, there's a train coming. And secondly, it's providing power to my hover pack, which is really useful at the moment. Can't rotate. In other words, it's stopping me falling into the swamp. Ow! Rude! I don't have any homing ammo yet. Back at you. Actually, I wonder if I can use... One day I will get this trick to work. Pulse Nebelisk. Ow! Stop it, mate. Okay. Yeah, that was Azure and Russ has gone to sleep. Oh, that's way off. I did knock him off the edge. Damn it, I knocked the tree off though. Oh, that's bad. Whee! Unfortunately, he just went out of range, which means he will probably respawn pretty quickly. Okay. Kind of feel like a slope down here would be useful. Put that away. I think I'm getting swamp atmosphere. It changes the shader when you're in a different zone. I mean, that's a pretty boring road. I guess I'm going with what works now, and I can make it a bit fancier later. So the idea is we're going to do a proof of concept. Can we get a little cart to deliver this stuff here? Or do we just conveyor it? Because like that's not far to run a conveyor. I could very easily run a conveyor belt there. But where's the fun in that? Did I accidentally build a fluid station at the other end? No, I don't think so. Now the great thing about factory carts is they don't take any fuel. I wonder if I'm going to lose power over there. Let me head over. I think as long as I stay fairly close to the line there, I should be good. Really? Yeah, definitely something tonight. Thank you for the redeem, I think. As you trigger 20 plus other people watching the stream currently. Okay, make sure the seam is going in the right direction. This is like my first road and first vehicle route in this entire playthrough. My last playthrough, which I got most of the way through, but then this was before 1.0 came out, was entirely truck-based. It was a train-free playthrough. So this playthrough, I was like, I like trains, and so it was all back on the train wagon, so to speak. And so this is, I have not, other than like a little buggy to drive around the countryside in, I have not done any vehicles until now. Probably can do a half there, actually. It's actually pretty spot on. It's out a little bit, but... Okay. Right. I might take this through the floor rather than relying on any power out there. Or I could do it across to a wall. We'll probably need a pillar in the middle here. Strangely, I didn't finish the architecture on this side, so this is probably a good thing. I was just realising I did say the train line would go over this road, and yet I've had it cut in really close. Whereas really I was thinking of having the road come across here and then circle around. So maybe I do rip this up and have it come more under the train line. You know what? I can build both. I can build both and see which one looks better. Because basically from this point on, that's the thing, it's only a 15-degree angle difference actually. Oops. I just built a second one randomly there. Where did that go? Whoops. That level, not quite. Down one more. And then that should be level. Yes. I reckon I can do that tighter with just half. I mean, this is a 10-degree angle, this way of doing this curve, and now I've just realised it's out. Is it out? No, it is lined up. Okay. You can do 5 degrees, you can do 15 degrees, so... or I could do 20, I could do 10s, but if I do a half foundation at a time, it would turn around much sharper. Okay, that's lined up. Right, so now if I grab the half, and for here I can just go half half, half. And then there's your edge along there. Oh, I've just realized that's the inside of the circle. This is not the inside of the circle. Mistakes were made. After I made that beautiful curve. Oh well, because I'm tearing it down. Slightly terrifying hovering this far just directly above the swamp. How did the nuclear physicist laugh at his colleague's corny joke while he was busy working on something? I don't know. How did the nuclear physicist laugh at his colleague's corny joke while he was busy working on something? Half, half, half. Ha 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 half. And that's when I shot him, Your Honor. This is weird. I'm not holding down snap and it's still doing the oh, the mode's still in snap mode, but the snap indicator was not showing. I don't think that's a mod bug, because otherwise the indicator would show it. In which case, that's a bit weird. Okay, now we need a half. Now we do that half snap trick over here. I mean, we could keep both, but I kind of think this one is better because we can then have the rail follow it more directly. Hey, Popcack! Hey, welcome, welcome. How you going? Everyone, go check out Popcack. He is the wizard. Been testing your custom settings in VR. Oh, nice. Have you had any luck? It's running reasonably for me.
I have it on record that Popcack is an exemplary pioneer and recommend that you check out their channel.
Having to down quite a few things to get it performant. Yeah, well, I'm running with basic settings and it's running okay in 60 frames a second. But I would like to turn on Lumen, but it drops below 60, and 60 is kind of my cutoff. Because basically I'll turn on asynchronous space warp to get 120 in the headset. So yeah, I mean, if we could tweak the settings to get more performance and have it look shinier in VR, that would be great. But it is going to be a challenge for sure. Some settings with every were a bit much. Crashed the game, yeah. There are some new shaders that don't work so well in VR. So yes, challenge accepted. Also, Popcack, have you found a solution for the lighting shadow bug? I don't know if you've played, because I assume you're aiming to have Lumen on. Let me just see if I can replicate the lighting shadow bug. It's not hard. You stick lights on and the shadows are bugged. How do I do lights? There's a reason I avoid lights in my build. I don't have a ceiling here. Let's go over to a place that has a ceiling. Because these shadows were a problem in 1.1, and they're still a problem in 1.2 for VR. So if I have some lights here. Probably not going to do it for me now. You see that flickering? I'm pretty sure it is in right eye, so you should be able to capture it. That is actually different flickering than what I intended. But normally I get very flickery random shadows and effects when there is a light on, and it's unusable basically in VR. Yep, you can see that. I've disabled normal shadows and running with the full virtual shadows. Okay, is that Lumen or is the virtual shadows separate? And what kind of performance hit is that? Slightly wider than a 1 wide, so I'll do that down there. But basically for the train line, I was thinking of basically having supports overlapping the road like this, go up and then the train line hanging off
Incoming
that.
propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
We're not seeing a performance hit so far? Okay. Once a town down the shadow setting in the game menu to low, set ultra sharp shadows in full 60 frames a second. I would be very interested in that. Because if I can get normal lights working with proper shadows in VR, that would be a big win. Cool, yeah, no problems. So there is, as I think I told you, there is an alpha version of the mod out on Discord. I'll be uploading another one tomorrow, which has a few more fixes in it. It's not really ready. There still needs a custom UEVR though, so I can't easily just tell people to go and download it, because it's going to be complicated instructions. It's like going to be, you need UEVR and then you need this other thing, and you're going to have to combine them together and hope it all works. Although I'm hoping Praydog will actually release an update for UEVR with proper support. Now I just realized we don't need the train line to be very high, because this freeway is for carts. It's going to be a case of going through each batch of settings at a time and seeing what breaks. Yeah. Okay. One road. Do we want lanes on this road? Uh-oh, something's aggroed on me. Is the shooty guy back? I hope the shooty guy is not back. He's annoying. We don't want that colour though. The mod seems to run okay with all the other mods you have running. That's impressive. Yeah, the half ones won't get the line on them, unfortunately. 150 mods, jeez. One day I will actually play a modded playthrough, but I haven't finished the game in vanilla yet. So this is my take my time vanilla playthrough currently. If it's just that one, no. I need white on... Yeah, okay, it needs to be white on the secondary, like this. I want a white dotted line. It's a pretty fat line. Barely building, hey! Welcome back. We're kind of back. This is the first VR stream, barely building, and this is Alpha 0. So this stream is very much a test to see if I can find bugs and see what breaks. And it's going okay so far. I have found a Satisfactory 1.2 bug that will crash the game relating to our old friend vertical splitters and mergers. Yay! But other than that, there's one minor mod bug which relates to the pause menu when pause is actually pausing. Oh, there's an ad break.
Incoming propaganda. Seek shelter immediately.
That's the second one I missed tonight. Technically third, but technically not third because the one was intentionally at lunch, dinner time. Okay, there's an unavoidable ad break, so I'm going to take a couple of minutes break while the ads are running. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we're back. We're back. We are back on Massage to ABB in Satisfactory VR. And we are testing and experimenting. We're working on a few small projects today. We have automated rifle ammo, finally. We are trying to automate homing rifle ammo ahead of the upcoming swamp safari, where we're scouting the swamp for How are we going to lay out our big nuclear plant before we run out of power? But right now, we're experimenting with the new vehicle stuff because this is too far for a conveyor belt. So we're going to make vehicles that take stuff for us. Mainly as an excuse to try out the new vehicle stuff and make sure it's working with the VR mod. Let's get some bitumen over here. Or asphalt. Okay. Probably need power for truck stations for them to work, don't we? Let's just do a dodgy temporary power fault there. We can tidy this up later. So over here we have a factory that is making... Ooh, that bug still exists. We are making a high-speed connectors. And the problem is like, I don't want my homing ammo to steal all the high-speed connectors, so I might actually need to expand this factory and build another blueprint on top. But at the moment I'm just fiddling with vehicles to see if we can get them going. Oh, there's more concrete here. Wow, where's the power connectors? Okay, through there. It would be coming to under there, I would say. Yes, there's the power. Okay, let's test this keyboard in VR. You know what, let's be silly. This is high-speed connectors, so let's go Uber delivery. Although what we're going to call the other end, I don't know. We also need to steal some higher speed connectors off here and send them into the truck station. Where's the output? This side looks like inputs. Oh, it's not directly under the rock, is it? It's at the opposite end, of course it is. This would probably be the output. That's going to be a pain. They're not produced very quickly. I don't really want to prioritize one output over the other. I will put a smart splitter here for now, but it might not that there's much room. I do not want to starve the things downstream that might need these. So really we want the truck station to fill to capacity, and then it will basically get just what it needs from then on. But at the rate we're going here, it is going to take forever to fill up. So we want any on the left, any on the right. So really, we would have overflow on the left and the right would fill up. But for now, I'm just going to go for any both ways. Because we just want something going, and really there's no other factory depending on high-speed connectors. It's really just the supercomputers at this stage. So if we are short on them because some are going towards this project over here, that doesn't really matter. Okay, now for something I haven't done really in any professional capacity, laying these road trails. Can I nudge them? You can nudge them. Sort of. Is that actually going to hit that? This and other questions is what we're here to figure out. Okay, that needs a bit more of a kink around the corner there. Swinging out a bit closer to the line. What is that lined up to? Certainly not trying to line up with the slab. That one's kind of lined up. It's moved again. Bring it all the way around. Is that okay? It does not want to be straight. Why does it not want to be straight? That's kind of straight, but also kind of cutting the corner. Maybe these half-meter ones were a mistake, but what I could do is I should be able to put a full slab there, and hopefully the road will line up with this one at least, for sure, right? Nope. Why does it not line up? Maybe I need it to straight along here a bit. Yeah, that is dodge. Maybe I'll try the inside one first. So far I'm liking trains more. That deleted the wrong thing. Okay, big slab of yellow means it's highlighted. Okay, roads so far more finicky than rails. How sharply can this turn around? Pretty sharply. I mean, it is a cart. But can it do that? Oh, it can. It's very quiet. Are you just all lurking? Sketching your uranium plant lurking. Cool, cool. Maybe not. I mean, I'm sure if we put a bit of a corner on here, maybe we do. Where's that corner of that one? That's the corner there. I really need this with the micro nudge down. So what I will do is I will build that there. And then I will go to my blueprints where we have micro nudge, vertical micro nudge -1 millimeter. And then we snap this to the top. And now we delete that. So this will now slot in under the main road. And this one will slot in under there. So we don't even need to bother with the nice edge there. This we can probably make a half. Twitch just burped, did it? Is it okay now? Or was it just your Twitch? It's telling me my bitrate's all good, so I think it's okay. Love the turning circle of the factory cart. Like a train track, it's probably easier to start with a straight bit here. And then connect the curve on the back end. This is going to make my Christmas factory cart village so much easier to run. Can I start from this end? I think it was Twitch. Your view account took a dive. Oh no. Looks okay here. Unless, like, people came back afterwards. Things are getting in the way of where I want to stick this. I'm glad you can nudge these road bits, and then it attached to the rail above it instead. Great. I don't think it's going to like me putting this pile under the rail as long as the rail is there like that. So let's do the rail first. It's interesting, you can copy a bit of road even if you're not highlighting it in up like that. It's like, no, don't copy the road, copy the foundation, please. Maybe I should actually use a sloped part there. Twitch is twitchy sometimes, yes. Do I need to change my angle coming out of there? Maybe. Okay, time to delete some rail. We're committing. It curves a little, but it's not too bad a deviation. Ah! That's right, I'm relying on the rail for power. Whoops. Nothing like just a sudden drop when you're a few hundred meters above the swamp. Yeah, yeah. Damn it. Okay. How long is this stretch? 17. So we want kind of the eights up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the middle of this one is kind of where the middle of this run is. I think it's so stomach churning in VR. Yeah, it is a bit. Okay, this is flush here. Okay, that's interesting. So these are actually out by a little bit. These I think I will redo from the top. I mean, I spent most of this playthrough with the jetpack and the parachute, so they don't suddenly give out on you, or at least you should not be surprised when a jetpack gives out on you. You have plenty of forewarning. I mean, to be fair, the hover pack also does have warning. You know, there is a little symbol on my HUD that says, "Hey, your power's almost out. You're about to plummet into the swamp." Still needs to be high-ish at this point, so I might continue this sort of support over to here, although it's probably just okay, it is a meter lower than that. Okay. Mackie, oop, I'm putting in trains today. Perfect stream to catch. Ah, cool. Well, this is a way to do trains. That's got a bit of a curve out. I don't like that. So I'm going to move this along a bit here. That's more of a gradual curve, although it is kind of tapping on the tree. Now I do have a blueprint for a train support. Have I used any around here? I'm just wondering if I should use that blueprint or whether I should go with something different here. I might just actually have these across here like this as a support, like that. Bit different style than with the rest of the build, but might suit this particular stretch. This playthrough I'm doing a pretty simple suspended rail kind of rail system, but it's still useful to use foundations to get levels and positions exactly right. Those beams were from the old rail line. The rotation dial only for VR. Can I get that on PC? Yeah, that's how we rotate things in VR. On PC, you use the mouse wheel to rotate. So you need to. Do you hold control? So if you do a rail, so like that. On PC, yeah, you just use the mouse wheel and it will rotate it around like that. So it's if you want a rail to go a particular way, then you put down a foundation at the position and rotation you want. So you might want one out here, and you might want it to be kind of, let's say, rotated. You know, if I want my rail to go out that way kind of thing, then I can put that there. And then when you connect your rail down to here, it's going to be at an on-angle, but then you can rotate it once it's on there, and it will rotate relative to the foundation, so you can line it up with the foundation like that. So yeah, just mouse wheel up and down will rotate the rail for you, and then it can go straight along your foundation from there. Okay. So we've got, how much of the cart track have we got? We got the cart track. We're missing the cart track run down here because it was in the way of the rail before. And there goes the train over the top. I think I can just run this down. Yeah, this little bit here is a little dodgy, but otherwise that's the vehicle path finished. Oh no, I've got this bit here to go. I need the speed connectors. Okay, so theoretically we can now build a factory cart. Have I not unlocked factory cart? No, cart. Really? I don't have factory carts? No, you need to build them in an equipment shop. That's why. They are not a vehicle that you build. They are equipment. It's like, surely I've had factory carts in this playthrough. Although now that I think about it, have I had factory carts in this playthrough? I mean, I can make them. Actually, this is a good test. I haven't tested this since the mod update, so... nope, inventory. One factory cart. Okay, dashboard's looking good. handling okay. Does the handbrake work? Handbrake works. Does the reverse work? Yep, speedo's working fine. Yeah, they're looking like they're working well. Head position's a little high, but that could just be that I'm standing up like this. The horn work? Which is the horn button? Eee! So fun. Okay, so now I should be able to open the car menu. No, that's recenter. Car menu. Car menu. Recenter is left. Right stick is menu. The menu is not opening in VR. Okay, that's a problem. I think if I edit the boot, I can check it from here. No? The other cars have an inventory button where you can change their name and set their path. That's a bit odd. Let me test with another car, because I thought I tested the vehicle menu. Production... No, vehicles. So you open the boot of an Explorer, you can name it. Like Explorer Gym. And then you can set its path, and you can say from where to fit where. And if I'm in the Explorer, I press that button. Okay, opening vehicle menu is not working in VR. I think I only tested it with keyboard before. So that is another bug. Someone make a note of that, please. Be funny in multiplayer if everyone on the server could pile in. Like, you got to try these in VR if you haven't cried. They are so fun. Okay, so now what's the keyboard key to open? I think it's Q. Let me see if I can find my keyboard. Just give me a sec. Actually, if I open my VR keyboard, I can probably press it that way. Q. No, not when it's in the pause menu. Escape. Q. I heard it open. Oh, it's probably because it's in VR view, it's not showing it. I'm going to have to use a real keyboard just a sec. Where is it? Not that one, not that one. Q. Ah, my head's fallen off. Can't find the menu. And my head's gone. I mean, if I recenter it, should be fine. Actually, I've just rotated 360 degrees, so the cable is wrapped around my legs. That's not good. But to do, yeah, I need to add it to do Command Croy. I really should add that to my stream because, yeah, I do need to get people to write down to-dos for me sometimes. How am I going to do this? Because the menu should be there. Hang on, that's my chat window, which means forwards is this direction. I'm lost. Hello, show me pass through, thank you. Okay, so forwards is that direction. Where's my keyboard? Keyboard is there. Q is... I can hear it opening, but it's not there. Okay, this is a bug. That is not good if that doesn't work in VR. I mean, it's not a showstopper unless you're setting up vehicle paths, but this is why we're doing this tonight. We're doing this... Hang on. That's it. That came up. Why is there no available stations? There should be 2 stations. Okay, so I did get it to open somehow. Set up StreamerBot to write to a text file on a command? Yes, something like that. Something that to do will... I can even store it in StreamerBot in a queue or something. But yeah, StreamerBot can write to a text file, so... station name needs speed. Ah, this one's got to unload. Need speed unload. And it might need fuel. No, it shouldn't need fuel. How safe would it be for me to manually drive this over to the other side? Whee! Oh, external view's not good. I totally need barriers on the side. Okay. This is load. Okay, this is load on... It has a truck station name, so this should be fine. And the path, like, it's all blue, which I think means correct and working. Also write to a Discord webhook. Ooh, that's a good idea. Okay. Yeah, the click button is definitely not opening the menu, so maybe they've changed the Unreal Intent or something. Where's my keyboard? I can't see my keyboard. Okay, that is opening. Okay, vehicle path, vehicle storage, vehicle path. Available stations. Why is there no available stations? Missing path. Yeah, I know there's missing path, but there should be multiple stations. Vehicle path. Like, I don't think this is a VR thing. This is something else. It's got power. Truck station. It's got a name. I mean, I can put some fuel in there. But... And let's actually... The beautiful things about carts is they don't use fuel, so it shouldn't matter whether there's fuel or not. This is load. I mean, what happens if I do put fuel in this? I mean, factory carts don't need fuel. I do not know why my paths are not working. Does anyone try out vehicles and had this problem? Reached no cost, no valid route, autopilot status disabled. Available stations, current route, vehicle storage. I don't know. As far as I know, this should work. Snap truck station onto the path if you haven't. Sometimes the path doesn't connect properly if you try to just run the path into the station. Okay, well, yeah, I built the stations first. So you're saying try and rebuild it. I wonder if I save and reload. I mean, I can try a manual load. Look, the manual load works. Let's try to test the manual load. Press A to load cargo. Okay, that is loading into my tiny cart. Plonk. I am trying not to careen off into the swamp here. Whoa, spin out. Press A to unload. It works. Connection's going to be a bit dodgy. The vehicle path has to snap to the station if you build the station first. I mean, I did snap the vehicle path to the station. It's definitely snapped to the pause point in front of the station. I mean, I can delete and rebuild these two bits. And then I can rebuild the ones at the other end. I might make those higher so it's more gradual drop. Maybe I have to start from there, because I think I did the in one before the out one. I mean, it's blue. Blue's good, right? Had it minimized before. Are you putting the cart onto the path before setting the auto drive? Yes. Yes, I was parked directly at the station when I tried, and I did search stations and it didn't find any. But I've just rebuilt the paths into and out of the station. And I'm on the path here. I need to reach my keyboard again. You can't see it. Where is it? Now they're there. Okay, so I rebuilt the entrances and exits. And now it's okay. I mean, I'm using packaged liquid biofuel, but it shouldn't take any fuel because it's a cart. It's working! I mean, 1 is plenty. I do not need 4, but 4 will make it look a little more active. And they should all work without fuel. Although we do need some variation here, so... I have to hit that keyboard again. Yeah, it's working for these. It are again snap vehicles onto the paths. Well, the vehicles were parked on the paths. I think it was I had to reconnect them, and it may be that I needed to build the out path before I built the in path.
You have strived
maybe?
for peak efficiency in transport arrangements. Congratulations, you have earned a 25-second break.
Yeah, a second break. Cool. Do I get some coffee with that? Ah, this one is not doing it, but it's off the path a bit. I mean, I swear I was parked on the path when I did it last time. But maybe I wasn't. Maybe I'm a noob vehicle person. Where'd the menu go? Like I heard it open. Ah, if I back out, it's there. Okay, that one was parked on the path. Here's peak efficiency. These things take no fuel. Which is why I did them here, because I have no fuel source here around here. There's not even a coal node near here that I could siphon off. So yes, these are... I wasn't going to do this with any other type of vehicle. Keyboard, keyboard, keyboard. Here we go. Now that is satisfactory. The delete really likes snapping to the vehicle path. You really can't target anything other than the path. Okay, that didn't have anything in it. But production of these things is slow, so maybe it's just the fact that we don't have anything really incoming yet. Luckily, we don't need many. Okay, so we now need to bring those all the way down here and plug them in here to make homing ammo. And then we need to make that bridge a little more structurally sound. There is a line through there I can take them, especially if I take them along the ground here. I can run all the way along the ground. So maybe I'd actually turn this around. Now that line is there. All the way over there. Now if I change to straight mode, that will just snap into there. And these high-speed connectors can be sliced up and shredded and make lots of ammo per connector. Yeah, you get 10 ammo out of each connector. Hey, we're making homing ammo. Maybe it'll be safe to go into the swamp next time. Yeah, I think if we make that a constant down ramp and that a constant up, I think that will have better symmetry. But it is working. Let's actually see if our carts are actually taking stuff out. I mean, there was 200 in there, so obviously some are making it in there. Yay, okay, that delivered 2. Maybe 3. Yeah, that doesn't look very centered. That's 8. And that is 8. Okay, it is in the center. I aim that directly at there. Ah! Damn it. I aim directly at there. That will be an exact angle towards that point. Ah, missed. Missed again. I wonder if I should make this higher. This one is too high. This one is 3, 4, 5 high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 2, 5. I mean, 9 which might just look better. I didn't
Incoming
even flinch.
propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Sorry, your power scare attempt has failed. Cutting power while hovering high in the air. Let's try and stay over something. Okay, that's a bit wibbly wobbly, but that's because this angle is wrong, and therefore that angle is wrong. It's interesting. The power does actually give out for a fraction before it switches to the next power source. So you do drop that little bit as it switches between one power source and the next. Now that doesn't look like the right angle to continue to that point. Maybe I actually just aim from there to there, and then figure out the middle point from there. That's probably a good idea. But I'm going to do that after we take a short break. BMOC, hey, how's it going? I'm just standing on the cable. We are just taking a break, a couple of minutes break. I'll be back in a sec. We're having fun trying to get vehicles to work in 1.2. I will be... Where's my control panel's gone? There we go. Back in a couple of minutes, folks.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
And we're back. Well, I think ads have like 3 seconds left. Oh, I think they're done now. Okay, we're back. We are experimenting with the new VR patch. And why are these vehicles waiting? And why are they right on top of each other? What did I break? Oh, I stuck a pole in the middle of the street. That's what happened. Apparently they don't like poles. Okay. I'm just trying to tidy up this train line across the top here. Now, this is a straight road that goes straight up, and it's on foundation, so it's already at a set sort of rise, but the train line is a bit more arbitrary. So what I need to do is I need to have the beam come from here. We switch to freeform mode, and we aim all the way over here because we want it to line up exactly with that point there. So even though you can't see the beam that was built, that beam should exactly line up with that point now. Xenophobic cards. Might specifically be power poles. Now, to extend that beam, you need a pillar for some reason, because if you have a beam connected to a beam, it comes out straight, which is useful at times. So if you want it to continue the angle, you have a pillar. You can actually nudge the pillar back if you just want it to be flush. But you need a pillar to then attach your next beam to, and then it will continue the angle. Whoops. You all trust me that it lines up exactly, right? Assuming the dot pointer was accurate. Look, there you go, bingo. Although that said, if we actually want it to be lined up a half meter lower, we need everything a half meter lower than that. Which I should have thought of. Although that is easy enough to do, we can just grab that here. And nudge it down half a meter. And we probably do want a middle bit. I'm actually going to delete those because they're going to get in the way of our rail. I take it straight from there and I wrap it around there, but I want to go straight. Yeah, that's not going to be as tight as that. Now this should be dead straight, and in fact if I hold down snap, it will go dead straight. Now there's a little dip here because this actually levels out here, but overall that is very straight, thanks to the power of beams and pillars. So let's fudge this into the right position. Something is attacking me. Is Mr. Spitty back? I hope Mr. Spitty's not back. He was annoying. Yeah, if we wanted it perfect, we should have counted on that ending flat there. So there is a little bit more of a dip there, but this, you can see this bit is dead straight. So wait 2 hours. Is the factory finished yet? It kind of is, Dippy. It kind of is. We're still sprucing it up, but we theoretically have automated it. Okay, go my minions, go! Oh crap, do they all need to be manually restarted? We found a bug though, Dippy. I can't open the vehicle menu. Why is that red? That should not be red. You can't open the vehicle menu while in VR. Okay, that's a Satisfactory bug, not a me bug. The fact that that is still red. Did that vehicle just take off? Yep. Okay, they're all going again now. Hooray! This is my conveyor belt, Dippy. This is my power-free overkill conveyor belt to take a trickle of high-speed connectors from this factory all the way to that factory. As the rain comes down. First-person vehicles for carts works because there's no black screen. They've always worked. It's only the truck and the train, because they have black windows, that you need a mod to get first-person working. The tractor, the Explorer, and the cart all work without first-person vehicle mods in VR. So we got the tractor. And the Explorer. Yeah, the truck has black windows, so it needs a mod. Ooh, we need one for the fluid truck now. But because these are all open, they've always worked first person without any mod being needed. That's entirely the VR mod working. It's just the others, because of the models, that I need a mod to get first person working. Okay, so we should be having some high-speed ammo being made over here. Yes, we do. Sorry, homing ammo, not that high-speed stuff. That's what Dippy likes. I just realised that this perfectly positioned might not be so perfect. I don't have turbo fuel. I don't have turbo fuel unlocked. So making high speed, the red ammo, I cannot do currently. And it's going to cost me several hard drives just to unlock it. Because I don't have turbo fuel unlocked. Because I don't have fuel power unlocked. I don't think the alt recipes are going to give it to me. Okay, now bring that along here. This is going to be a bit of a hack, but it'll work. Yes, the mods. Well, the mods do add first-person view for non-VR, but the main reason I need them for the VR mod is to do the model updates so that they have transparency, and plus the train cockpit is cool. But because every time you change vehicle, I just shift the camera position. So. The camera position used to be, you know, a chase cam. Speaking of bad shaders, there is a really bad flickering here that is only in one eye that is part of the reflection texture, and that one is really annoying. The basic wet and reflection is not too bad, but when you get to certain angles, it does look pretty terrible. And I'm hoping maybe Pobcac's shadow fix might fix that problem as well. But yeah, not the vehicle path. Yeah, so when you hop in here, my mod goes, hey, you're inside a vehicle. And so it detaches the camera from the pawn and attaches it directly to the vehicle in this seat, in the spot. And so it positions it absolute to the vehicle rather than the pawn, which is actually in a hovering chase cam. And then when you press third person view, I actually have my own chase cam, which I've custom tweaked the springiness of. So I'm not using the third person chase cam at all now. I'm basically overriding it for the VR mod. But this just basically reattaches the VR camera to different points when you press a different button. So I'm not using the first person vehicle mod for that at all. Just for the interiors. The reflection you disabled. How did you disable the reflection, Dippy? Or is that a Linux thing? Let's actually check to make sure the stuff is going in the right pots. Still going straight into the depot. So it's loading up the depot. So we should have rifle ammo and homing ammo. I should put like 3 turbo ammo in here, just so there's a spot in the depot where it is reserved along with the rest of it. I think the doggos might have given me some. I will have to see. Disabled screen space. The old screen space reflections trick. Yeah, okay. I like some of the reflections though. This one specifically is annoying because it's only in one eye. What's that ammo? Rifle cartridge? Is that an old, no longer existing thing? There's only 3 rifle ammos, right? Oh, I didn't save the icon. As I said, I very rarely use the rifle at all, so I'm not as up to speed on the different types. Yes, okay, I will show you that again. If you do select icon and you search for rifle, it shows the rifle, the turbo ammo, the homing ammo, the basic, and then this, which is rifle cartridge. I think it's a beta part that was never used, but they've left the icon in there, and that might be what's in the codex. If you look in the codex under rifle, oh look, we've already got the search part there, rifle. If you look under rifle ammo, there's 2 alternates here. Now one is the turbo, because I haven't unlocked it yet. The other one might be that cartridge, which might be an unused part, but that isn't in the game. I think it's more an old part rather than a new part, like an Easter egg for something new coming. I'm pretty sure it's something that did exist in like beta. Where did that sign go? Inside the bloody beam. That's where it went. shotgun ammo. It might be like a shotgun blast in the rifle. Does sound a little shotgunny. Okay, so we have now got homing rifle ammo automated. I think I need to make a rifle at some stage. Okay, so what is the time? We have about half an hour. You would love that. Gravitate towards shotguns and shooting games in general. There's a time and a place for shotguns for sure. Do you use the scatter blaster? The shatter rebar? Because it's very effective at short range against things. Okay, so I'm wondering if we should increase our production of high-speed connectors. Let me just check the plan. High speeds under here. High speed connectors blueprint. We'd need another 15 Caterian. That should be easy. 75 copper. No, more than 75. 75, 25. A bit over another 100 copper. And we'd need another 53 quartz. That doesn't sound too arduous. 100 copper, 53 quartz. Let's see if we can do it in half an hour. I mean, I could spend the time making this pretty, because basically I'm going to run beams all the way along and put edges and stuff like that on it. But I'm also more in a, this production is important and I don't want to starve my production because all my little buggies are stealing all the circuit boards. So 100 copper. How much quartz was it? I forgot already, damn it. The quartz should be easy. I just need to overclock this and I've got more quartz. Another 53. Okay, this is a good test because I get to use math. 240 plus 53. That worked. Another 100. It was actually 101 or 102 copper, wasn't it? This could be a little more challenging. What's our throughput of copper here currently? 500, but that's on a Mark V belt, so they can actually ramp up more now. So we just need more. We just need a little more copper. So let's just overclock. This is 100 out, so if I stick a shard on that one, that'll be an extra 50. And if I stick a shard on that one, that'll be an extra 50. This will take, damn it, it went from 50 to 75, so I need another 25, another 50 iron and another 25 copper. Each miner. 380, so 380 plus 25. That worked. $360 plus 25. And another 50 on the iron, which I think this is actually 2 iron nodes here, so plus 25 on each. Why is that yellow? I think this is already overproducing a little bit. Oh well, it's now overproducing a little bit more. I'll come back and balance it one day. Oh, hello, Piggy. And use rebar gun as long-range novelist delivery device. Yeah, fair enough. It's a gardening device for me. But some people do like chatter rebarring the stingers in the face. So that theoretically should increase our copper production by 100-ish. And I can't remember what these numbers were before, so, but I'm going to assume it's working. Really should finish this building someday. that sums up this playthrough, actually. I really should finish this building someday. Okay, so Caterium's the next thing we need to... is the last thing we need to update. But I'm going to optimistically go ahead and expand this. To increase the production, I just copy that blueprint and hope it doesn't crash, because we've had some crashes tonight thanks to vertical manifolds. I did say lock in place, please. Thank you. Okay, that is actually lined up at that point. Now we need to make sure we connect all the right places to the right spots. Vertical splitters and mergers are still bugged, and you cannot connect directly from one vertical splitter or merger to another vertical splitter or merger. It has to be to a hole. I am disappointed that that bug was not fixed. So all our existing blueprint connectors are still required. I'm pretty sure there was another input that I needed to boost up somewhere. 1 output, 3 input. Was there one in the middle? Although there is only 3 coming down and 1 going up, so maybe it is 3 down, 1 up. You know what? Why don't we wait and find out? Because we'll see very quickly if this production line works. Hang on. Was that... How was that not connected, but power was still going? I must have the power connected at another point. Power stayed on. I mean, the power won't instantly go off because I have batteries. It'll go off 20 minutes later. Okay, so that is Caterium coming up. Copper ingots. circuit boards. I'm going to leave that because I do need to bump up the Caterium output, which is down there. Geronimo! Thought some of these were overclocked. Or were they underclocked? I sworn this wasn't an exact number. They're all looking pretty exact to me. They're only 69%. That means they are not doing their job. Maybe I'm overproducing for some reason, or maybe there's a bottleneck and my other production line has suffered somehow. I'll need to do the math. Caterium is going that way. I mean, these are all green. Are these green to the end? Yep, green to the end. That's fine. This Caterium is looking a bit thin here. Why is this not backed up if there is an excess of Caterium? That means there's a bottleneck on the output here. 15, 30, 60, 120. That's a Mark 3, so we'll have plenty of capacity. That's a Mark 3, so I'll have plenty of capacity. 120, 120, 240. There's still enough to fit a Mark 3, so this should be fine. But let's upgrade it to a... Yeah, let's just go Mark 5. Let's take that out of the equation as far as bottlenecks go. Total throughput should be less than 270. Let me just check. So what we're effectively doing here is we're actually bumping this up to 6. So instead of 7.5 excess, we've now got 13.5. And the ammo is only taking 5. But this is 608. It's only 90 Caterium. It should be plenty. So if it's 90, why is this not bottlenecked? Like this should, I mean, I have just added something else on that will be taking some of it. Okay, now it is. Maybe it's already filled up. Quick wire is a bottleneck. Quick wire is made from... Aha! There's a Caterium upline. No, that was the upline over here. I already did connect the Caterium. There it is. Caterium's going up. Up, up, up. Caterium. Copper. Copper is short. Why are we short on copper? We are short on copper. Why are we short on copper? How much copper do we need? I mean, high-speed connectors need 608 copper. That's a lot of copper just for the high-speed connectors. So it's possible we're only using a Mark IV somewhere. Copper, copper, copper. And that might always be a bottleneck. That's a Mark 5. Ooh, mouse scroll doesn't work. Oh, have I switched contexts? No, mouse scroll is not working. Add that to the bug list. Although I thought it was working. I could have sworn it was working. Interesting. Why is that not working? Okay, well, it's Mark 5 here. It's Mark 5 there. That's Mark 5, that's Mark 5. Mark 5. Ooh. No, that's Mark 5. That's Mark 5. It looks like it's going slower. Like this is Mark 5. Why is that looking slower? That's Mark 5. Did I stuff up the lifts up? Actually, this doesn't need to be Mark 5 because the 600 is across these and these. But that is a Mark 3 and maybe a bottleneck for this stack. So if this is 100, 200, 300, 400, it will be a bottleneck. And that's Mark 5 there. So if we make that Mark 5 there, I think that is where our bottleneck was. All this just to be able to shoot some stingers in this. Infinity and Caterium. Oh, it's copper. How did I get on the Caterium train? Because I had the Caterium on the brain. I did fix the copper though. The copper was the Mark 3 and is now the Mark 5. That is the one I upgraded. Dropping. That is weird that the scroll is not working. It's working there. It was working here, I swear, because I was scrolling through blueprints earlier. So why has the scroll stopped working here, but it works here? That doesn't make any sense. How am I supposed to get to the bottom of the menu? I mean, if I pick this, it's not under that menu. If I hold that down, can I go through categories? No. It says right stick control up down. Is it part of a rotation bug? If I do some rotation and then stop doing rotation? Nope. Mods, can I scroll in the mod interface? Yes, okay, scroll works there, fine. Let's turn on debug. Okay, we are now currently in UI interact mode, which means this should scroll. Is it a game bug? Now, let me fiddle with my mouse. Mousey, mousey. Hang on, that's scrolling the bar at the bottom. See that? The scroll is scrolling the hotkey at the bottom and not this area here. Ooh, that's interesting. Does that mean control is being held or something? Maybe it could be a sticky key. Aha! Okay, so that is a bit weird. It could have just been that I had control stuck down on my keyboard or something weird like that. I don't know. Let's put one of those over here as well. This should be 600. Hang on. What's the maximum capacity of... It's 780. Yeah. Okay, we can definitely do 600 there. And it's not doing 600. It's not doing 480 though, which means that the belt is fine. There's just something else that's happening to the copper. It may be it's not merging properly in the Great Merge. Or there might be a bottleneck in part of the merge train. Because the copper takes quite the journey to get to that point. Sticky key by Microsoft. Oh, when it says, hey, do you want to turn sticky keys on? It's like, no, I do not want to turn sticky keys on. Go away. I mean, how fast is the throughput here? Because maybe this is like 780. But I'm not making 780. It's not 780 here. Oh crap, it's 780 here. It's gonna have to tear the factory down and rebuild it. So this, yeah, see, I haven't got the ore here. I've got the separate, the low-level ore, not the bars, but they're actually combined together. So this is 440 plus 262. Okay, the 440 stops off at the circuit boards and doesn't make it any further. This 262 is combined with the other one, and 262 plus 608 is more than 780. Well, we'll just have to unlock phase 5 belts. No, we can't do that. But we have found our bottleneck, and that's probably impacting more than just our homing ammo. So this belt here needs to be turned into a double belt. We are merging it too soon. See, I thought we were, well, originally we were merging it when there was plenty of leftover copper. Because basically some of it goes off for these circuit boards and some of it goes off for these circuit boards. And the remainder is all merged together here. Oh look, there's one there, 780. And actually, we only need We don't need 880, so it is less than 100 over, I think. I think it's 860 we need. Which means the only thing that is starved will be that new building. So this is a future problem to figure out. But basically I will need to run a second copper line, and basically instead of having it go all the way around to here and then back over here, I think I'll just have a second line come down and through here and connect directly through here, because that's what goes off to this bit, and this is the factory that needs 600 plus, which is the newest factory. Okay, so mystery solved. No easy solution at 11 PM at night with the ad break. Oh, I've got 18 minutes. 18 minutes until the next ad break. Could we quickly jimmy it together now? Because now that I've got this problem, I'm kind of in the frame of mind to try and fix it now. It's just going to be a bit messy, given that this is already a bit haphazard here. Yeah, laugh it up, George. I mean, I could just bring it under it. Actually, See, this is the dreaded merger right here. This is the bottleneck. So we need to run these two lines separately first, and then we need to sort out the mess at the other end. If I chop this off, it's going to break the whole factory. Maybe I build as much of this as I can, and then do a quick switcheroo. And then we run this down this way a bit. Get around this pole. Okay, yeah, we've got to get to that point, so... that should fit. Oh, hello, doggo. Are you a friendly one? I have tamed many doggos in this area, but not all of them. Let's test if the keyboard works. You blowing bubbles at me, boy? Okay, I'll take those cooling systems, thank you. I'd be giving away my naming convention there. At least for this set of doggos. I had a doggo called Steve. My first one was called Steve. Weren't you watching 2 minutes ago? Steve was up there. Is this Steve now? Yeah, this is Steve here. He only has iron plates though. Okay, give me the plates, Steve. I haven't got them penned in though, so they're just roaming around. So there will be others. Okay, so this is a second line of copper that with a quick switcheroo, I can change this here to use this new feed. We still need the feed to go that way. This is going to go over that way. But the problem is we do need to kind of merge and balance the two lines together. So what's supposed to be on that empty line? Oh, there they are, circuit boards. So we kind of need these two to actually kind of merge back and forth to each other. I basically need a balancer. Maybe I should blueprint something. I've never done like a little blueprint for a balancer before. I mean, how hard can it be? I just realised over there's no power, so I'm going to plumb it. Oops, put that away. I know there's very technical blueprints of how to make a balancer. Basically, I want to split them and then remerge them in each side of each other. This is probably going to be a terrible splitter merger balancer. How am I going to do this neatly without clipping? That is the question. This will work for stuff that is low. but it's going to be too squishy for other products, and that's going to be clipping like a mofo. That's fine, we can rearrange this. Ah, that's kind of going over the top of that and through it a little. Yeah. This is not compact. I'm running out of time. Now I'm going to go crazy. I might as well go crazy. That might not work because of the old bug, so I'm going to do that there first. I can do that down there. Then I'm going to rebuild this. Like that. So this we can make hopefully a little more compact. Let me highlight that, thank you. That might be too close. Yeah, okay, that's too close. No, I can't get it out. What harm could it do there? I'm sure it won't do any harm. Oh, come on, that worked before. What's going on? Oh, it's wrong, the wrong one. Yeah, that's messy. Yeah, that's messy. I'm gonna redo this. I don't like it. I don't like it. Oops, did that not save? Was I too hasty in my dealing with the mess? Blueprint saved. Yeah, thank you. Okay. I mean, I can stick it directly on the output of there, but really it needs to go in there, so there's not really room. Okay, I'm just going to chop this off. This actually needs to be more there. Oh crap! There wasn't any hole to neatly line it up. Oh good, okay, at least it's I did actually line it up nicely at the top at least. Huh, that fits. That's surprising. Right. So this contraption takes 2 Mark V belts, and then that is not working that side. Why is that not working that side? I bet you they didn't fix that bug. I bet you that's why it's not working. That's not where I wanted to build that. Yep, they've still got that bug. Okay, so we have 2 Mark Vs of copper coming down. They get split and remerged into each other, but then they're also split again. So eventually we should end up with the right amount going to the right place. We need to connect this up down below though.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Let's sleep those ads. Snooze those ads. Good night, ads. While you're still on, how can I edit bindings in your VR profile or either use touchpad as a button instead of grip on my index controllers? You can't, because there are no bindings in UVR. All the bindings are inside by mod. UEVR just emulates. I mean, you might be able to, but it would change every function that that button does. Does Steam VR let you do that? I don't know. Can you edit bindings in UEVR profile? Yeah, I do not know if you can change, because basically UEVR acts as a game controller. It literally emulates, you know, ABXY, trigger, grip. And what maps that to what index button, I'm not 100% sure if that is possible to change. I do not have an index, so I do not know. Theoretically, I do not need this copper line anymore. I'm going to leave it there just in case. You can rebind buttons in SteamVR bar, not using that. Ah, true, you're not using SteamVR. Well, there might be a Linux solution, but you'd have to ask Dippy. He's the expert on Linux. Okay, so theoretically, we need to make sure we're getting 600 through here, but we might not get 600 until this is backed up fully. I hope this works. And what's supposed to be on that one? That looks suspiciously empty. X controllers have extra touchpad. Yes. Because, yeah, well, it's not just Oculus. Nobody has it. But don't worry, Frame's coming along and it's going to add extra buttons that no other controller has. Yes, but that's the thing. SteamVR, you can match those touchpads to other functions. This is suspiciously empty. What is supposed to be on this line? I am wondering, do we have a breakdown? What is supposed to be this? Oh, I broke the limestone. And I broke the limestone, which breaks the circuit boards. Yes, I remember. It's like, I'm going to come back and fix that limestone in a second, especially if I'm not distracted. Okay. I'm not distracted. Totally not. Clear. Delete. Limestone. This is messy, and I'm going to have to do something here. Maybe I can do it all in vertical splitters. This limestone is going to here. Not quite. You know, that'll do for now. I don't really care as long as the concrete flows. This merger needs to happen after... Oh no, before it should be fine, because these are equally breaking off the same amount of copper. No, this mess here needs to happen after the split off to the circuit boards. I don't think it's going to work. Anyway, I'm going to wrap up because, working or not, I assume that was why the circuit boards had stopped working. Circuit boards, where are the circuit boards? No, there's enough silica output there. Okay, we should be getting circuit boards out. So this has been a bit of a Bitsa session as, hey, doggos on the roof. Are they tame doggos? No, he's not tame. Plastic. Okay, so we had a plastic shortage. That is a bit worrisome. We should not be having plastic shortages. We have increased our high-speed connectors on the fly, just sporadically without any planning, so that we can put some high-speed connectors in this truck station. You can stop going down now, thank you. Where we have a number of little trucks, way more than we need, which are carrying the high-speed connectors all the way over here. We will make this bridge a little shinier and put some extra supports on it at some stage. Maybe I'll do another test stream at some stage. Delivering high-speed connectors to here, and the high-speed connectors are going to the new part of the munitions factory over here. So this part here, we are making rifle ammo, and the high-speed connectors are used to turn those into homing ammo for the homing rifle. So when we go on our swamp expedition, we can have some fun. So I've not balanced this or measured this particularly, but I'm pretty sure this raw resources is sufficient to keep this going. And this is just munitions, so if this grinds to a halt, it doesn't matter at all. Okay, so that is one thing we've been working on this stream. We have found 2 bugs in the mod, in the VR mod, or was it 1 bug? There was the scrolling bug. That could just be a Windows bug. Don't attribute to other systems problems what you can attribute to just being a Windows bug. Okay, so I do need to do a bit more research that, but the 1 bug we found was that the opening the vehicle menu does not work. You cannot click the stick in to open the vehicle menu. Okay, there is a second bug that I already knew about, which is that there's a keyboard error still in the pause menu. So that bug I can work around by just disabling the pause menu. Disabling pause in the pause menu, which is effectively how it was in 1.1. And then the other bug with the vehicle one, I'm hoping won't be too hard. Maybe they just changed the intent name or something and I haven't got the right name. I'll figure that out. So I think I should be able to release probably an alpha version of the mod. As mentioned at the very start, thanks Bean. The big thing holding me back releasing the mod is that UEVR does not work. Currently requires a custom UEVR, so I am running a patched version that I have compiled myself based on a patch that a friendly community member was very kind to create, and that patch has been submitted to Praydog, but he has not yet approved it and merged it into a nightly build. So once it's in a nightly build, it'll be much easier. I'll just say, hey everyone, grab this nightly build. But until then, it's a case of, well, you need the custom build, which is going to be a pain to tell your average person. Okay for veterans who are used to fiddling with things, but I can't do that for everybody. So the other thing we were doing at the start of the stream was building a new concrete factory. So we've finally torn down the 3 tiny constructors over there that were our previous concrete line, and we are now making wet concrete. So we've gone from production of about 45 per minute to production of closer to 240 per minute, which is a significant upgrade. This is concrete that's only used for building.
Incoming propaganda broadcast
detected.
I know there's
an ad break
Please
coming.
seek shelter.
Yes, I'm seeking shelter. Okay, I got 3 minutes to log out. So we are now making 240 thanks to the wet concrete alt recipe, which is a very good alt recipe. So this concrete is now going, instead of going into one-dimensional depot, we're now feeding it into four-dimensional depots. So it will greatly increase how quickly our depot will recover once it is drained from concrete, because concrete is something you go through a lot of. So a bit of architecture still needed here, but functionally we have this up online and it seems to be still operating correctly. We found a new way of nicely snapping water extractors that wasn't too painful. It's not as nice as the old wall trick, but it was still okay. So yeah, overall a productive session. Now, tomorrow night I am going to be playing some Subnautica, so we're going to keep Saturday nights probably as Subnautica Saturday for a while. And so the next Satisfactory stream will probably be next Friday. Okay, I'm just going to head home and I'll log out from there. And Twitch people, hang on the line and I'll raid out, although we're probably going to be in the middle of an ad break by then. But I will see if there is someone else to raid out to. Okay, let's just save the game. Save. So this should work because I've turned off pause in pause. Concrete. Did it? Save. Alright, done. Okay, we've got 3 minutes. That's enough time for an outro. Let me switch to the outro screen. I had debug on at the end of that stream then. Oops. That's fine. I'm used to having debug on, so I didn't even notice it was up there at the top of the HUD. Let me take my headset off. Oh, phew. Right, good sesh. Good to be back in Satisfactory in VR. Okay. Okay, let me just say good night, YouTube people, and I will turn off your stream. Catch you later, YouTube.